Good afternoon and welcome to the June the 16th, 2015 convening of the Baltimore City Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals. A few house rules before we get started. Those of you who are forward of the wall there can, if you turn around and notice, there are a number of cameras that are arrayed around you. I guess there are 3 on the wall behind you there, and then there are 2 on the wall behind us here. And there are a number of microphones arrayed around us up here, and those microphones are all very sensitive. They're not only for the purpose of amplification, but they're also for the purpose of recording these proceedings together with the video cameras. Conversations in the galleries, cell phones going off, pagers, anything that makes any sort of audible electronic noise generally is disruptive to the proceedings as well as interferes with that process. So, to the extent that you need to have a conversation, we ask that you please take that to the other side of the double doors to your rear. And similarly, if you have a cell phone or anything like that, we ask that you, at a minimum, please turn that to a vibrate-only position. We will be voting at the end of the day, and you're certainly more than welcome to hang around and enjoy a civics lesson if you so choose. But if you have other pressing matters that require that you retire to the blast furnace that is the current environment outside, that's certainly unfortunate. But if you call into the zoning board office in the morning, you can find out how we ruled. And I'll read this number off for the zoning board office a couple of times. That number is 410-396-4301. Again, 410-396-4301. You will, however, need to wait until you receive the formal written notice of the outcome of your case, which should be forthcoming in about 3 to 4 weeks before you are able to pull your permits. We certainly ask that you not build in the city of Baltimore, please, without first obtaining proper permits. Next, if you haven't already done so, if you're here in opposition to any case, we ask that you please sign in on our signing sheet, which is being held up by Mr. French there. The signing sheet allows us to know not only just generally which cases have opposition, but also allows us to know who needs to receive those aforementioned written notices I just talked about. So if you are here in opposition to any case, please let us know who you are and where we can find you so that we can keep you updated on any developments in your case. Similarly, if your case gets postponed, we need to know how to contact you to let you know when that case will be going forward. The procedure for when the cases are called, if you're the appellant, you'll come forward and you'll stand to my left or your right. The opposition, if any, will stand to my right or your left. Once everyone is up here, we'll get you all sworn in. We'll first start off with the appellant, who'll be given the opportunity to present their side of things, allow us to know what the issues are involved in the case, what their plans and intentions are, respond to any questions that may be asked by the board, offer any testimony or evidence that they would like considered in support of their case. Once they're done, we'll be turning to the opposition, who'll be given the opportunity to present their side of things and offer any evidence or testimony that they would like to. And finally, we'll return back to the applicant, who will be given the opportunity to respond to any points brought up by the opposition and to offer a closing statement. We won't be going back and forth, unnecessarily delaying things. We will generally be calling the cases in the order in which they appear on the docket, but we have a couple of matters to take care of first. First, there are some cases which are being postponed and will not be heard today. First is 2015-143, 1325 Western Avenue. That case is postponed. 2014-145, 411 East Patapsco Avenue. That case has been postponed. And 2015-163, 24 East Madison Street. That case will be postponed. And 2014-592, 5101 Endart Avenue, known as 1927 Ben Hill Avenue. Mr. Kadinsky. Yes, sir. Okay. As we had discussed before we started, the board had considered some aspects of the case in our pre-session, and one of the things that we were concerned about was the lack of a site plan that had been submitted. In our discussion, you said that you didn't have one with you for today.
Appreciate it. Postpone it so we get you a site plan.
Okay. All right. 2014-592, 5101 Andard Avenue will be postponed. Mr. Berry, you'll receive notice. Thank you. All right. Next, we will turn to the matters on our consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of cases where the zoning board staff has already reviewed our files, and the board has determined that we have sufficient information in the record to approve these appeals. We'll call all of the consent cases as a group. So as I read off those cases, if you can come forward, the first person in line will, I guess, first person I call will stand there. Everyone else will stand behind them down the dais. Once everyone is up here, we'll get you all sworn in, and once we do that, we'll consider each one in turn, and you'll be given the opportunity at that point to offer any evidence that you would like, or information that you would like have added to the record. First case on our consent agenda is 2015-177, 18 East Henrietta Street, John Mariani. Next will be 2015-181, 6800 Hartford Road, Miscellaneous Properties LLC, care of Aaron Max. Next will be 2015-183, 4900 Windsor Mill Road, Caroline Hecker. Next is going to be 2015-184, 1359 Hull Street, Jason Schiavone. Next will be 2015-189, 1300 to 06 Bank Street, Vince Casino. And 2015-190, 4801 Erdman Avenue, Snip Zamora. Is that everybody? So, okay. Go. Okay. If you all can raise your hands and be sworn, please.
I do swear or affirm that testimony that you're about to give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay. First case on the consent agenda is 2015-177, 18 East Henrietta Street, John Mariani.
Yes, that's me.
Good afternoon, sir. We have this as an application to raise the existing two-story rear addition, and construct a new two-story rear addition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Mr. French, is there anything for the planning department?
Martin French for the Baltimore City Planning Department. Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. Mariani, was there anything further you would like to have added to the record at this time?
Yes, I have one document. It's an email from the Neighborhood Design Review Panel.
Okay.
They approved the project last week.
All right. Let's take that. Anything further?
That's all.
All right. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed the application, we determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you.
Good luck. Next is 2015-181, 6800 Hartford Road, Miscellaneous Properties LLC, care of Aaron Max.
Hi, Aaron Max here from Miscellaneous Properties.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Max.
Good afternoon.
We have this as an application to use the entire premises as an animal hospital with 22 off-street parking spaces. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. French, is there anything for the planning department?
The Planning Department recommends approval of this application. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Tanner, were there any other, I think that you had mentioned that there was some kind of conditions or something that were being applied?
No, other than standard requirements for animal hospitals that are already in the code.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Max, was there anything further you'd like to have added to the record at this time?
Nothing other than Dr. Bo is an experienced veterinarian, and we have not had any negative feedback from the community.
Excellent. here we go, 2015-181. The zoning board staff, having previously reviewed the application, determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 2015-183, 4900 Windsor Mill Road, Caroline Hecker.
Good afternoon, Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg Martin. On behalf of the applicant, I'm joined by my colleague Justin Williams, as well as Sharon Knuth, the representative of the applicant, and Larry Brockington, a representative from the Housing Department, which is the property owner.
Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Hecker and Mr. Williams. Okay, got one, good. All right, Ms. Hecker, we have this as an application to increase the occupancy of the existing multifamily detached dwelling housing 223 dwelling units to 225 dwelling units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. French, is there anything for the planning department?
Planning Department recommends approval of this application. Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Hecker, is there anything further you'd like to have added to the record at this time?
Mr. Williams has handed up a folder. I would note that there's a letter of support from the tenant council in the building for the application.
Okay. And Mr. Tanner, you've got a copy of that already, right? Okay. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed the application, determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, 2015-184, 1359 Hull Street, Jason Schiavone.
Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Mr. Schiavone. We have this an application to construct a second floor infill and third floor rear additions with third floor rear deck and 2 rooftop decks onto a 3 dwelling unit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. French, anything for the planning department?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Schiavone, is there anything further you would like to have added to the record at this time?
Yes, I've reached out to the Community Association, Locust Point Civic Association, and had meetings with the board as well. And that letter is the community's support of the addition.
Okay. And anything else?
I have drawings here, but I believe we've already reviewed everything.
I think that we've got
provided
those.
Mr. Henry with.
Right? Okay. All right. The zoning board staff, having previously reviewed the application, determined that there is sufficient information to approve the appeal.
Perfect, thank you.
Good luck. Next is going to be 2015-189, 1300 through 1306 Bank Street, Vince Casino.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Casino, we have this as an application to add live entertainment to the existing restaurant in the portion known as 1300 Bank Street, unit number 120. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. French for the planning department.
Thank you. The Department of Planning recommends approval of this appeal, subject to these conditions. A copy of the use and occupancy permit for the premises must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. A copy of the written approval by the board of the live entertainment provided on the premises, including details of any restrictions or limitations on the live entertainment provided, must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. And a copy of all other permits and licenses required pursuant to the written approval of the board must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Casino, do you agree to the conditions offered by the planning department?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there anything further you'd like to have added to the record at this time?
No, sir.
All right. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed application, we determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
And last, 2015-190, 4801 Erdman Avenue, Snip, Zamora.
Yes,
Good afternoon. We have this as an application to add auto sales to the existing auto repair shop. Is that correct?
that is correct.
All right. And Mr. French for the planning department?
Thank you. The Department of Planning recommends approval of this appeal, subject to these conditions. No more than 6 motor vehicles offered for sale may be displayed outdoors at any time. There will be no parking, staging, or storing of vehicles on public rights-of-way. There will be no parking or storage of unlicensed vehicles on the property. All work must be performed indoors. All materials, parts, and equipment related to the use will be stored indoors. The area used for temporary storing of vehicles awaiting repair will be adequately screened by an opaque fence or wall. And if a dumpster is used to collect waste and trash related to the use, the dumpster will be placed either inside the existing building or within a masonry enclosure having a solid lockable wooden gate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. And Ms. Zamora, do you agree to the conditions offered by the planning department?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And was there anything further you'd like to have added to the record at this time?
No,
Okay. And as I understand it, the auto sales are going to be an accessory use with the existing repair shop? Is that
Yes.
correct? All right, the zoning board staff, having previously reviewed application, we determined that there was sufficient information to approve the appeal.
Thank you.
Thanks, good luck. Okay, and there's one other item, 2015-133, 219 South High Street, Martin Marin. And Mr. Burgunder, just, if you want to come forward, just want to state for the record that, as we had discussed with you previously, we're going to, although this matter appears on our docket for today, we're going to be holding that until we receive some indication from the applicant whether they intend to file any kind of response, and so we're going to consider it at the next hearing. Okay?
And I would just ask for the record if my memorandum could be made part of the record.
Yes, we will have that as part of the record.
Thank you very much.
Similarly with whatever we receive from the applicant.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, the next portion of our docket includes cases for which opposition is signed in. And frequently we found that opposition is the result of either a lack of communication or a miscommunication between the parties. And it can be useful to offer the parties an opportunity to have a dialogue and attempt to resolve whatever issues they may have amongst themselves. Obviously, if two opposing sides approach the board and ask the board to resolve the issue, someone is bound to go away from that unhappy, and this is your opportunity to avoid that. So when I call off the cases that have opposition, I'll ask you just right now to stand where you are. We'll ask if there's been any opportunity to have a discussion between the sides, and if the sides want to talk. While you're certainly not required to have a discussion with one another, we certainly do encourage and appreciate it. And if you do so choose to have a discussion, just take the discussion outside the double doors to your rear, and once you're ready to go forward, let us know. And if you've got something that, if you got an agreement worked out, we can put that on the record, or if you don't, we can just simply hear the case and turn then. First case where we have opposition, which is signed in, is 2015-13, 200 East University Parkway, Roberto Vela.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Woolman on behalf of the appellant, and while we have had ongoing discussions, I don't think there's any point of furthering them outside at this juncture, so we're probably just ready to proceed.
Okay, and Councilwoman?
My issues are just the law.
Okay.
I've got people for this and neighborhood people against it. I just told everybody what I was going to do is argue that time is up. In other words, with the law.
Okay, all right. Have a seat. We'll call you in turn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Next up is 2015-174, 1719 Park Avenue, Douglas and Alexis Mogul.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Mr. Green? Okay. Which matter is that? Which? 180. Okay. Yep, I see it. Thank you. Okay. All right. And who's in opposition on this? Okay. And folks, have you had an opportunity to have a discussion?
We've spoken a little bit.
I'm not, depends on what you call a discussion. I certainly, I'm the next door neighbor
Okay.
to the north, and she's the next door neighbor to the south. And we've never had any substantive conversation with our
Okay.
neighbors here about this project.
Okay. Well, everybody's here. Would you like to have one?
Want to go outside and talk a little bit?
I mean, you had a chance to review the plans, so.
Yeah, I had to come down and get the plans and review the plans.
We
You
called
didn't
you.
share the plans with me, that's for sure.
Well, whatever may or may not have transpired previously, as I said, everybody's here. So if you would like to talk, you can take the opportunity to talk, or you can not talk. It's your choice.
We're open to
Are
discussion
there,
if
are
you
there
are.
unanswered questions?
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Look,
I mean,
just,
I have
just
a letter-
folks,
not here.
folks, we're not having the actual discussion here.
I have
If
a
you
letter
would,
for the board that
if,
has lots of issues.
ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to have a discussion, you may step outside and have a discussion amongst yourselves. If you do not want to have a discussion, you can take your seats and we will call your case in turn. Would you folks like to have a discussion, or would you not like to have a discussion?
We're open to a discussion.
Whatever they like.
Whatever you'd like.
Whatever you'd like.
Okay, all right, just step outside and let us know when you're ready to go forward. 2015-187, 3411 Hudson Street. Hi. Have you folks had an opportunity to talk?
We did on the phone, Marty, no Marty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'd be more than willing to talk to them outside if they are.
Okay.
I thought we discussed it already with the claims and stuff.
Well, if they're here and you.
I mean, we can talk some more.
Sure,
Okay.
that's good.
There we go. And 2015-188, 3109 O'Donnell Street, Philip and Margaret Zeminski. Hi, folks. Have you had an opportunity to talk?
Spoken about the several issues with his home several times. Not sure if he remembers. I prefer not to speak to him without any kind of officer or someone present. I mean, I'll wait my turn to speak my mind. I have a stack of paperwork here prepared, so.
Okay. Would you guys like to talk, or would you not like to talk?
Nope, just gonna do it in front of you when we're ready to go.
Okay, have a seat. All right, and we have one additional postponement, 2015-180, 25 South Broadway. That case has been postponed and will not be heard today. We're on 7-8. Okay, Chilton Street. Okay, and 2015-178, 1615 Chilton Street. Okay, you folks actually can hang out right there. I'm just gonna ask you if there's. Okay. Okay.
You say 1615 Shelton? Dag
Yeah.
Shaw?
Yes. So have you folks had, all I was going to ask you is, have you folks had an opportunity to talk, and would you like an opportunity to talk now and see if you can work something out?
Yes.
Yes, you would.
Yes, we'll talk.
Okay.
Sure,
Okay.
All right.
sure. Yeah, we're waiting anyway, but, yes. By
Okay.
the way, the Carrollton people did talk about 200 East University Parkway, so
Okay. So
they did.
Okay.
That has happened.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And did I hear you correctly that you're also here regarding
Yes, sir, that beauty shop.
2015-112?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. 2015-112, 1849 East 29th Street?
Is Mr. Collins here?
No?
That was a postponement from.
It-
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it was sort of like a recess. It was,
Yeah,
was
but
it postponed?
you have talked already.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought.
it.
Okay, all right,
It was all about whether he could provide
that's correct.
any evidence that it's
For the
been,
non-conforming.
for the
Okay.
2 years, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thanks.
And we have all met. I went to his shop and.
Okay.
Yeah, we've met.
Thanks. All right, 2014-415, 1718 Thames Street, Meredith Ripple.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. All right, Ms. Ripple, we have this as an application to add outdoor table service onto the existing rooftop deck as accessory to the existing first and second floor restaurant and tavern with sidewalk, outdoor tables, and live entertainment and dancing on the first floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you raise your hand and be sworn, please?
Yes.
Just a moment. Report it back. Okay. And you may be sworn.
You swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, do we have any staff reports?
Yes, first we have a letter from the owners of 1719 Lancaster Street. They are writing in opposition to the conditional use appeal filed on behalf of the Pie by the Bay, located at 1718 Thames Street, to permit outdoor seating as a conditional use. The courtyard of the subject property backs up diagonally to our backyard. We are concerned that outdoor seating would be noisy and disruptive to the residents of our block. The 1700 block of Thames and Lancaster Street is a unique blend of residential and commercial uses. The arrangement only works because the courtyard has historically not been used for outdoor seating or other commercial purposes. The courtyard is a relatively small, enclosed area that amplifies and channels sound, and any outdoor seating in this area would be extremely disruptive to residential neighbors. There is already ample space allocated for the commercial use in the neighborhood, including Riptide's existing sidewalk seating along Thames Street. A further expansion of outdoor seating into the shared courtyard that has been historically off limits to commercial uses would be noisy, disruptive, and detrimental to the neighbors, including ourselves. We oppose this appeal and urge you to reject it. We have a similar letter from the Fells Point Residents Association. They write that their membership voted in opposition to the expansion to the second floor deck, that in the past the association has been consistent in opposition to any seating in the rear of establishments that front Thames Street due to the impact noise would have on the quiet enjoyment of the residents on the 1700 block of Lancaster Street. We have received a letter from Councilman James Kraft. He supports the association in their opposition to this request, and we have planning's report.
Thank you. Planning Department noted that this property is located in the Fells Point Historic District. There was discussion at the previous hearing of this appeal on November 18th of 2014 that the applicant would consider designing and building a sound barrier of some type to baffle the noise that was the subject of the complaints you just heard about. That exterior alteration to the premises would require approval by the Commission for Historic and Architectural Preservation. Therefore, the Department of Planning recommends approval of this application, subject to the condition that the applicant obtain a notice to proceed from the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation for any exterior changes that would be associated with creating the deck or its use as an accessory outdoor table service area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Ripple, do you agree with the conditions offered by the Planning Department?
We have, and we did have a drawing, and we did try to reach out to the Fells Point Residents Association a few months ago, and they still haven't responded for what we've prepared.
Okay.
But it's basically have one for everyone. Great, of course. Do you mind passing me down? Thank you. But basically, we have a 6-foot, or apologize, 7-foot 10 structure that basically would go up, and it's made of canvas. Now this type of structure is more towards the back, and this is not the rear of the property. If we recall from the last time we did this in November, it's the breezeway, so it's actually in between two buildings. This would just, again, be at the very back. The deck has already been built. It was a condition that we had in order to utilize the second floor for the fire department, so it already exists. This would just be any sort of noise barrier for them. And as such, it actually won't even be seen from the roads, whatsoever. You can barely see the breezeway up on the second floor as it exists now. So I'm concerned, I guess, about the question in respects of architectural or the Preservation Society needing to approve it based upon that it won't even be seen.
That's right.
The decision to approve is actually made by the Historic and Architectural Preservation staff, so it would be their final decision. The ARC is strictly advisory to the staff.
Okay, so if I can interpret that, you're stating that what I would provide for them, that they would either approve or deny, and then it would be approval or denial for our seating. Is that correct?
As I understand it, the CHAP staff will not actually be approving the seating itself, they will be approving the design of the canvas addition we're proposing for the purpose of baffling the sound. That's
Okay.
my understanding.
Okay.
So I believe how it would go is that any approval of this board would be conditioned on maintenance of the sound baffling, as Mr. French referred to it, the sort of the exterior changes. And those structural changes, which I think really just consists of this, because there's already an existing roof, correct?
Correct, on both sides, so
Yeah. So really would just simply consist of the doorway. They would have approval authority over that, but it seems to me to be fairly minor, but that's someone else's decision.
That makes me nervous. I don't know if they consider canvas to be historic, so that would be interesting.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to speak for them, but my thought would be, as you had indicated, that since it is on a portion of the property that can't be seen from the street, that I would certainly hope that would generate any extra scrutiny. But being unfamiliar with those procedures, I couldn't really say one way or the other. I think that the reason why it's required is just simply because you are in a historic district, so all exterior changes have to be approved by CHAP. Is that correct?
Okay.
I think that's just the unhappy
way it goes.
reality of being in a historic district.
Sure, no problem.
Were there any other questions? All right, anything further?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Next case, the University Parkway folks have not come back. 2015-108, this is for 801 through 09 Eastern Avenue. Mr. Laria? And someone else signed in on that? Okay. Okay, sir, and your name for the record is?
Michael DeChico.
Okay. Okay, and Mr. Laria, have you had any opportunity to have a dialogue with Mr. DeChico at all?
We've talked. I'm sorry, I can't remember the man's name. I'm like Ms. Clark. I have questions about the law.
Okay, all right, hopefully we can address them. All right, I guess if all those intending to give testimony can raise their hands and be sworn, please.
Please swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, and Mr. Laria, we have this as an application to construct a mixed-use, multiple-family detached dwelling housing 242 dwelling units with retail uses on the first floor. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And do we have staff reports?
Yes, first we have a letter from National Lumber. They write, as owner of the property across the street, I am writing in support of the rezoning variance of the above property and development of a mixed-use project containing approximately 242 apartment units, retail space, and parking. We firmly believe that this signature project, located at a key gateway to Little Italy and Harbor East, is essential to the continued growth and vitality of the community. We have a letter from the Waterfront Partnership indicating that the project at 801 Eastern Avenue will bring a prominent new addition to the waterfront area, helping to create more of a visual gateway along President Street and help connect Harbor East with the neighborhood to the north, Little Italy. We expect an added benefit will be to encourage more walking and use of mass transit. For these reasons, the Waterfront Partnership supports the rezoning variance of the property to permit mixed use of residential, retail, office, and parking. We have received a letter from Little Italy Community Organization This letter is written to put on record our support of the above stated zoning appeal. Our organization has held a meeting on Wednesday, April 15th, 2015. This development was one of the items on our agenda. The developer presented the project via slides and a question and answer period. All questions by our membership were answered satisfactorily. The parking requirements are not only to meet, but to exceed the requirement. Do we have a report from planning? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Department of Planning reviewed this application in the context of the ordinance to rezone the property to B24 and is recommending approval of this application on that basis. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm John Laria at the firm of Ballard Spar representing the applicant, Workshop Development, which is the property owner. This, as you have heard and I think seen from the staff, is an appeal for variances that are within the board's authority. A lot area variance of less than 20%. I believe it's 19+% when the board's authority is up to 25%, and an FAR variance of 12.5% when the board's authority is up to 75%. I would note for the record that when the administrator sent the notice of appeal up, for whatever reason they noted they did not note lot area, but they noted a setback variance, and frankly, or yards. I don't actually know why that is. It might have been an error. We know that we need, as I've just said, a lot area and an FAR variance. I don't think we need a setback variance, but I think to the extent that one is needed, you have essentially unlimited authority, and I would just, for the record, make sure that that's incorporated when we submit the site plans to you. Does that make sense? Let me pause for a moment. Okay. The filing was contingent on rezoning of the property from M22 to B24, not by plan, but almost by coincidence. The City Council last night passed that bill on third reader. It's on the mayor's desk, and I'll just submit to you, although I guess it's really a matter of public record, evidence from the City Council's website. Please tell me if that's sufficient copies. If not, I have a few more. Send the bill on to the mayor for signature. So obviously the approval that you would give would remain contingent, but I just wanted to reassure the board that that process is essentially concluded. We have every reason to expect the mayor would sign the rezoning bill as it's been supported by the planning department, by the planning commission, and by the other departments of the city who are part of the administration. As you know, the project's also been has the support of the planning department, and it's received approval from the city's urban design and architectural review panel on several occasions, and there's considerable support from neighbors, and Mr. Henry has read into the record letters. I have extra copies of those, but I think I've heard all the ones that I would submit to you, so rather than burden you with additional paper, those are the letters of support. So we are aware that there is a standard to meet for variances, the practical difficulty standard for purposes of an area variance. We think we will have information, testimony in the record today that will meet that standard, as well as the additional findings that are required by the city zoning code. And actually, as you'll hear, the variance will actually enable us to meet the design goals that have been set for us, the high standard that's been set for us by the design review process. So we'll walk you through that in a moment. So this is Mr. Doug Schmidt, who's a principal with the Workshop Development, and I'm going to ask him to just take over and walk you through just some images. I think we're going to give you an updated set. I see that you have the set that was filed, but we're going to give you an updated set in part because it'll follow his presentation and you won't have to flip around or compare. So let me give you these copies. And again, I'm just trying to count. Mr. Chairman, I think that's 5 down that way, and then perhaps we can give Mr. Barb one here. So we'll try and keep this brief, but obviously we want to make sure that we give you sufficient information and you have a chance to answer any questions. Can you hear Mr. You want us to switch places at Mr. Schmidt? Sure. Wasn't close enough.
Hello, I'm Doug Schmidt with Workshop Development. Hard to follow Mr. Laria, but I'll do what I can do. Thank you all so much for hearing us today. So the first sheet that you see is an aerial of the property, and I want to give you just a little context of who we are as well as talk about the existing site. So Workshop Development's office is in the historic Bagby building. We redeveloped that, so we are neighborhood folks. We also were involved in the Hyatt Place down the street, and also give you some context where the Shops at Canton Crossing co-developers as well. So we know the neighborhood well. We walk the streets. We're there every day. We spent a lot of time with the neighborhood communities, our neighbors, as you can see from some of the letters, to get input, and a lot of that has led to the design that we have today. So the existing building was a restaurant. It also, a lot of people didn't know, was a commercial bakery for a long time. That's why it's such a large building, and that's why the property was changed to an M zoning. That part of the operation has been gone for over a decade, and the restaurant closed actually before we got involved in the project. As you can see, it's a low-rise building. It sits right up against the street. It's really a barrier to the neighborhoods of Harbor East and Little Italy, and one of our primary design goals has been to try to connect those neighborhoods. So through our community meetings, work with the councilman, work with the planning department, we established a number of goals, and essentially, as Mr. Larry has said, a high-quality project was something that we were really driven to do. The site wants to be that, and the planning department actually coined it a gateway site, meaning it's a very important location for bridging these. We want to enhance the boulevard feel of Pratt Street. We felt that we need to improve the connection between Harbor East and Little Italy, as well as between downtown and Harbor East and Little Italy, with the Eastern Avenue connection across the bridges into the rest of downtown. And we also wanted to add to the balance of residential and commercial in the neighborhood. So the challenges of the site, it's an odd shape, as you can see. It's a strange block to begin with, and then when you add that there's some additional residents there that are neighbors, it's a very odd site. We needed to make the parking work to provide the amenity to our tenants as well as to satisfy community concerns, so we had to nest a garage inside the building, which is very expensive and challenging. The site's also very long, which means we have multiple cores and multiple entrances. And then we also wanted to invest in the streetscape, as well as you'll see in one of our renderings, we've agreed to go ahead and finance paying for upgrading the median there as well, to try to improve the experience for our residents as well as for the neighborhood. So the final design, as Mr. Larry has said, was approved, schematic design was approved by UDARP after multiple meetings. Tom Stosher, the plan director, actually said, for the first time, I think I'd like to walk down Pratt Street, or down President Street, looking at that design. So if you flip to the next page, it will show you, I think, a rendering you've seen. So that's the basic look and feel of the project. If you continue to flip, you'll get a feel of some of our studies. So it was a long process to come up with the ultimate scale and design. A lot of that is integral into our design and has led to our request for variance. So we studied the existing heights in the neighborhood, we studied the existing scales, and we worked hard to connect the neighborhoods and have a transition between Harbor East and Little Italy, as well as Scarlet Place and President Street. So that just, that's sort of the making sausage image, but it gives you an idea. There was a lot of time and effort and work, and the planning department and the neighborhood was involved in that process. If you turn to the next sheet. So that'll give you the layout of the site, and there's some images next to it that show you some of the qualities we'll have. But essentially, you'll see a median that's now landscaped. You'll see heavy landscaping along the street. You'll see multiple entrances, retail on either end of the project, more retail or office along President Street, which is a real challenge because we need to have activity and life and people there so that it's comfortable to walk through that area. So that was a challenge and frankly an economic challenge to making the site work. And then particularly we talked about the gateway aspect of it. That retail on the corner of President and Eastern Avenue is very important to create a better entrance into Little Italy, which currently it doesn't have. If you turn to the next sheet. So you'll see, again, the scale of the project. You see ghosted in the buildings in the neighborhood. And you'll also see a couple of key points that go with the design is both the streetscape and the corners. So one of the fundamentals of design that we spent time with the neighborhood and the planning department was giving people locations that they could see in the distance that they would want to get to. So President Street's a very wide, large street, and to go ahead and go from the east side and come into Little Italy is actually a challenge. And the way the lights are timed, you actually have to sometimes wait in the middle. So we've spent a lot of effort and design and money, frankly, on making the corners attractive and give people destinations. It's the architectural term is to activate the street. So that's all integral in design. It also leads to the scale, the height, the transition, the garage. All of this package came together. Part of the reason that we are looking for our variance today is the design is dependent on these changes in the variance. And frankly, there's a lot of money invested in the public areas here, not only for the tenants, but for the neighborhood. And the additional density really helps us make that whole economic package work. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Schmidt? I'll just try and conclude, but I want to make sure if you have a chance to, if you have any questions for Mr. Schmidt about the presentation, that you have a chance to ask them before I proceed. Thanks. So the information and testimony provided to you today, we think, meets the standards of practical difficulty and also meets the standards of Section 15-219 of the code. And I'm just going to submit to you for the record, and I'll paraphrase a little bit and summarize for you, Mr. DeCicco, the compliance with those standards. And I don't want to reiterate or repeat certainly what Mr. Schmidt has said, but of course there is a uniqueness finding that must be made by the board in connection with these variances. I think you've heard property, you've seen the property has very, very odd shape. The parking garage, as a result, as Mr. Schmidt said, is very unusual and inefficient. And the floor plans themselves are inefficient, especially at the parking garage levels where you're trying to match up residential units as well as parking garages. You have traffic patterns that are complex in Little Italy that require multiple building entrances. That also changes the configuration of the building, and there are floodplain requirements as well per the architects that force the building upwards. As you've heard, it's also, it is uniquely located at this very pivotal corner of both Fleet and President Streets, a major boundary between Little Italy and Harbor East, and the design, as you've seen, is intended to bridge and tie those two neighborhoods together. I don't think there's any other property that is similarly configured. As for the requirement that the difficulty is not caused by the person, this property was actually configured years ago in the 80s by the mayor and city council, and then entered into an economic development deal for the construction and development of the Delanote restaurant and bakery, which did well for a while and then sort of ran its course. But the property is what it is. We didn't buy it, configure it, or anything else. It just it is as we found it. We are, of course, required to demonstrate that there's not an exclusive desire to just simply increase the value or income potential, and I think the case law supports the idea that you needn't run scared of the idea that there will be more income coming from the property. All real estate and more generates income. But I think, as Mr. Schmidt said in his testimony, this is about doing a super high quality building which has gotten kudos across the board, and one of the ways in which we're able to do that high quality is to have it's not much larger, but a slightly larger building than you could do by right that would allow that money to go into all these public amenities. So we don't in any way suggest that it's not going to change the income profile. We just think, and we know that the law is that simply the fact that it generates more revenue is not in any way violative of the variance standards. The other standards, I think, are less fact specific. I'm not going to recite them. Of course, the board knows them, that they won't be injurious or diminish value or impair supply of light, overcrowd the land, et cetera. All of those are submitted in the materials. There's simply no basis to conclude any of those might be existing, and I think you should take comfort in the fact that the planning department, the commission, and the UDARP panel have all reviewed them. There's no urban renewal plan that's applicable. I think the planning department speaks for master plan consistency, and there's really no detriment that's been demonstrated by anybody throughout the process. So we appreciate that this is a variance that we're asking for, but we also think that for all the reasons I've described, that the variance is appropriate. It's certainly within the board's authority to grant it. And with that, I'll submit that to you on the record in case you wish to review it separately. I think that concludes our presentation. Of course, we're happy to answer any questions you have, and we look forward to getting started on the project as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. DeCicco?
My opposition to what's going on down there is the height. These guys have done an outstanding job. They, as they've said, they've talked to the community over and over and over, two different factions. They're trying to get this building to go up the best way that they can. I've been to the city council, the planning. I did not go to the different readers. I didn't understand how we do that. But when I went down there the other day, what they're trying to do is put 242 apartments into a site that is 0.89 tenths of an acre. Going out on the internet for a B24 area, it said you needed at least 2 acres. I had mentioned that in the planning meeting. They tried to explain it to me. I'm sorry, it's above my head. And they were talking about floor area ratio. And now there's a new rumor out on the streets of Little Italy that they winded up just buying Moe's Restaurant, which would be on Albemarle Street across an alley from where the property is. I'm assuming that they're going to incorporate Moe's Restaurant into this. So are these plans really what you're seeing, what it's going to be? My question about the point of law, Baltimore City is in the process of a zoning rewrite. The paper that they gave, I saw that this morning when I tried to get all my facts and figures together. The city council, they're following the rewrite plan. You're supposed to have a planning hearing, then you go to the city council to either the zoning or the reader somewhere is in there. The property 801 through 809 sits on an urban renewal site that has since expired. And that came from the guy from South Park, I can't think of his name. Are you going to grant this site under the rewrite? Are they taking bits and pieces out of the zoning rewrite, or is that law as of today, or if and when the mayor signs it?
As far as the, I guess the information we have is that there's a change in the zoning from the
M22 to B24.
Yes. I was going to say from the M zone to the
M2,
B zone that,
So
that
that's
would
what
be
they
currently.
So the
that-
B24 site right now is what you're saying, or that's
Yes.
what they granted?
Yes.
Okay, the B24 site says you need at least 2 acres to do what they want to do. It's 0.89 tenths, and if you include the restaurant that I'm assuming that they winded up purchasing, that's 0.074. So both sites are less than 1 acre, not the 2 acres that is supposed to be. And the other biggest problem.
And that's why they're here on the variance, to vary that standard.
It's an awful big standard, whole acre, that's not there.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
Please do, Mr. Chairman.
The restriction on 2 acres if it was a planned unit development. This is not a planned unit development. So this is strictly driven by the bulk regulation, which is 200 square feet per dwelling, regardless of the size of the lot.
The 240 some apartments, you have to take that math away from the 200 and some parking places. Is that floor area ratio plan still going to be there? They can talk and I'll agree with the other, right, because I don't fully understand it. And the other biggest part of one of my complaint and my other neighbors' complaints down there is no traffic impact study has been done, and that should have been done to find out what the heck is going on. The building site, Fleet Street, there's no parking, there is a bus stop. As you make the turn around Fleet Street, you come on to President Street, which is very high traffic. There's no stopping there. If you make a right-hand turn onto Eastern Avenue, as of today, there's never been any parking there. And you can't fit any more traffic on President. Well, we say President Street, but now we're talking about Fleet Street, Eastern Avenue, and Alexander Street. traffic just can't move down there during the rush hours, either in the morning or in the evening. Also, the sign that was posted, this is very trivial. It said that this was being done in a B24 area when it was being done in M2, trying to get the zoning changed, and the zoning evidently was changed through the variance. The height of the building is the biggest concern of me. If you look down Eastern Avenue, there's no building that height. If you go to Fleet Street, there's no building that height. If you go to the south side of Fleet Street, they start to go up a little bit. But once you hit Alexander Street is when they skyrocket. And this is not going to fit in with the sight line of anything. The one gentleman said they were using the Scarlet Place as key to what they're, why they want to build, or for the height limitations and all. It's just going to be blocked in. They can't take it. Taking away the air, it's taking away the streets from us. It's too much in one given area. These guys probably have a ton of money in it. It's a shame. I don't think I'm going to win with my argument here, but things are not right. Things are not right. And once again, is Mo's going to be incorporated into this site plan? And does this all go into a trash can after we leave this meeting and they redo it again?
Mo's is not part of this application.
Well, once again, they own the property, and can we get a
That's the
commitment from
future.
them?
Anything in the future that you do with Mo's, they have to go with whatever process they have to go through.
Whatever, so it will not be incorporated in this high rise that you guys plan on putting up right now.
Well, as Mr. Chair?
Yes.
As Mr. Tanner said, we don't own the property adjoining, and it's not part of the development plan that's currently contemplated, and certainly not before the board today, all due respect, as Mr. Tanner said. I just will quickly say that Mr. DeCicco has raised the 2-acre issue before. I certainly don't fault him for not being able to sort out the complexity of that particular part of the code, but Mr. Tanner is right. There's a 2-acre minimum for B24 if it's a PUD, which it's not. And I guess I'd also note that, the objections to the fundamental massing of the building would not, it seems to me, change if we were building a purely by right building there. Under B24 by right, you're only getting, I think it's less than 2 stories additional when you have the variance. So concerns about, about scale and massing, those concerns left the building, if you will, when it was rezoned to B24, which is not the board's decision. It's been vetted by the planning department, the planning commission, the Baltimore City Council, et cetera. So, I mean, yeah, fundamentally, the site is zoned for a mid-rise building. We're just here looking for a variance for some additional density for the reasons that I've described, which doesn't fundamentally change. And I think people, as you've heard, from a design perspective, people will tell you actually helps to facilitate the transition to the taller buildings to the south. It's nowhere near the size of the buildings to the south. So I think those are just a few points just to clarify the record. We're obviously not quarreling. We've had a great relationship with all the folks there, and I think generally people are looking forward to redevelopment of a site that is desperately in need of redevelopment, but it is important to us to be able to build the building that's been approved through the design process, and again, we're asking for the board's decision in our favor regarding the variance request. Mr. Schmidt, do you want to add anything to the, that's up to the board, ma'am.
I just want to give my name.
Sure, Ms. Blatterman.
Oh, well, thank you. It's so nice to be recognized. I just would like to say that I love Michael and I love his mind, because he does go into every sector and he brings out everything and puts it on the table. And he always has interesting facts. Our community is yelling, screaming, ready for new development. This group is one of the finest developers in our area. They have worked with us over a year. They obviously, you could see the beautiful rendition or rendering of the building. We need a new face to the entrance of our community. We need new blood, and we're going to get new blood in our community. 250 or more apartments. The parking is on target, if not more. We're excited, and we're actually looking forward to perhaps they're buying the other side of the street and really making that President Street entrance viable to our community. Our community can only survive if we have this help. And we've been doing a good job on our own, but we're very happy that they're coming in and infusing new blood into our city and into our community. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
I got 2 more cents.
Sure.
With the papers that were handed out on page 2, the variance will not impair adequate supply of light and or air to adjacent properties. Here you got a building on all the ways up there, and our buildings are down here. Overcrowd the land. Go down there. Go down to that corner. Well, not so much the land. I'll go more so with the traffic patterns that are, that are down there right now. I spend a lot of time down the harbor, Harbor East, all over the place, trying to get across certain streets. Now, you got to be very careful. Create an undue concentration of population. They're adding another 200, 250 people to one building with probably that amount of cars or more, if not. Congestions on the street. Traffic impact study. Please, have somebody do it. How's all this going to wind up working? Because what I was been told, the entrance is going to be Duker Alley or Albemarle, Albemarle Street. If you go southbound on Albemarle, you're only going to be able to make a right-hand turn onto Fleet, around to get on President, and then if you want to get down Eastern Avenue or whatever, you'll never make a left-hand turn. You get yourself killed, during the rush hour traffic tie-ups that are down there. Adversely affect transportation. Come on down. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Look at the congestion down there. Come when the Orioles have a game downtown. Undue water, sewers, parks that, I have no idea. Danger to fire, I have no idea. Public safety, like I say, traffic concerns, people trying to walk across those streets. Somebody had mentioned that there's a traffic light on Pratt and President, and it's time for the cars more so for the people. It's 2 or 3 lanes, then an island, 2 or 3 lanes. You're lucky to get across before the hand starts blinking, telling you, you better run back or you better start running. Then you won't be able to go against the second part. They did a Department of Transportation changed one of the streets in Little Italy about a year ago. They made part of Exeter Street one way southbound. They could not get the traffic out of Harbor East. They just recently made a change back to northbound, with being able to make only a right or a left-hand turn onto Eastern Avenue. You can't go across into the 400 block of Exeter Street. It's a big impact no matter what anybody does down there. If the red line comes in the future, maybe, but I seriously doubt that that's going to stop anything. Because people are coming into the city to work in that area. They all live out in the county. You're not going to get people on bicycles down there unless they live in Broadway, Fells Point, Little Italy area. So please take into consideration, some of the things that I had mentioned to you. The height does not fit in. If it was closer to the water, yes, please do it, give them what they want. But it's not conducive to what Little Italy is all about. Have the pump station that is historic site.
Well, I think as Mr. Lawyer did address, that the surrounding neighborhood may be zoned residential, but if the zoning on this site would already allow, as of right, building of a mid-rise building, I think that is, as far as your objection concerning height being juxtaposed to the smaller residential buildings, I think that die has already been cast with the change in the zoning.
Okay, well, the 40 or the 60 feet height limit, it would be conducive to what is down there, or the start of what is down there. To go 160 feet, that's a big difference. That's an extra 100 feet.
Well, again, I think that the testimony is that we could, if you would like, we can have discussion by Mr. Schmidt or Mr. Lawyer, if you have some other evidence that you would like to introduce as to that, we certainly can hear that. But the difference between the as of right conditions versus what's being proposed would lead to the construction of a building not much shorter than what is being sought here. And as to your concerns regarding traffic and transportation, I think that anyone who frequents that area would certainly be familiar with the fact that that there's an inordinate amount of traffic that goes in and out of that area. But the question here would be, what is this site's contribution to that problem? And if the problem is already, as you say, where there are all these problems with cars being able to freely move about, the wait times at lights, and difficulty as far as pedestrian traffic, if that's already the situation, then I would have to question, or at least see something that would show that this site and what is being proposed would exacerbate that to some other degree. And we certainly can hear some testimony of that, but that's just
I'm
my
not
reaction.
qualified to do, myself, a traffic study. I thought the developer under PUD, and PUD, the only reason that I
But I
mentioned it
don't believe that they're here on
or
PUD.
brought
I
something
think
up.
if they were, I believe that would be
But
in
I
front
think
of
that
the
came
planning
out in the planning hearing, the word PUD.
commission. Yes, but.
That
then-
for this particular site. Now
But they're
now
not
I'm being
proceeding
told.
with the PUD.
Well, they granted it under certain terminology. I'm a spectator trying to fight for what I think is right. Now, these people here, well, we're not doing it that way. So and they understand why I'm confused on what's going on.
Well, I think that as projects go through various different stages, that concepts that may be part of an earlier version of a plan may drop away as decisions change and people decide to proceed in other ways. But Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say, although not part of our team, apparently there are two other individuals who just wanted to say a word in support. So it's up to the board, of course, but they're here to my right if you're willing to hear a word from them.
Sure. One question I had was, as far as Mr. DeChico's concern regarding first, the as-of-right conditions versus what's being sought in the variance, and then also regarding any traffic impact or any understanding as to what the contribution of this site would be to the existing transportation.
On the traffic, I'll let Mr. Schmidt elaborate. Of course, we're complying with the city's traffic study law, so we'll be in full compliance, and he can comment on that. I'm not sure, could you clarify your first question regarding the as-of-right versus variance, please?
If I heard you correctly before, you previously said that that the difference here regarding as far as the difference between what could be built as of right and what is being proposed isn't a significant difference. I think that you said that you estimated that the difference would be a couple of floors. And so I just wanted to expand.
Yeah, I don't have the math, I'm sorry to say, but the point I was making, Mr. Chairman, is just that.
I didn't know if Mr. Schmidt would have a.
Yeah,
I think,
well, Mr. Schmidt, I'd be glad to defer to Mr. Schmidt.
So I believe our variance is for a 19% and change increase in density, and that does work out to be approximately 2 floors. So we're talking about the difference between 16 floors and 14 floors.
And Mr. Chairman, just
And what's the approximate height of the 14-story as of right versus 16-story?
It's between 140 and 150 for the, if you were 14 floors, and it's between 160 and 170 if you are 16 floors.
Okay, so 40 to 30 feet.
25 feet.
And the point I was making, Mr. Chairman, simply is that many of the issues that have been raised really about whether or not you want a building that's 14, let alone 60. So just was trying to put it in some context. And would you, Mr. Schmidt, would you talk about the traffic?
So two points. One, the issue of the walkability of the neighborhood is a significant issue. It's a major problem there now, and we experience because we walk those streets. So one of the goals of the project that I mentioned is to improve the walkability, and to make it simpler is to improve the crosswalks, to improve the timing of the lights, and we've had discussions with the Department of Transportation about those goals, and they agree. We've had conversations with the Waterfront Partnership about that, and we have engaged McCormick and Taylor, professional engineers, to look at all of the intersections around the site to improve that and improve the safety of it for both our residents who are going to want to walk north to Little Italy and south to Harbor East, as well as for the neighborhood and the folks that are in it now. That's one of the challenges, that it's a wall between the two neighborhoods, and this project will help reduce that. The other question about traffic is the Waterfront Partnership recently did a study of traffic related to Harbor East, and they did a poll of the different employers and employees, and over 85% of the people coming in and out of Harbor East are just commuters going to the county. So one of the goals of the project as well is to bring more residents proximate and improve the balance of office workers and residents. There are about 6,000 office workers in that Fells Point, Harbor East area. So all of the units that we add will actually, hopefully will reduce commuting and reduce traffic in the long term.
Ms. Kuchar?
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for hearing from me. I will make it brief. I am the owner-operator of Damimo Restaurant in Little Italy, and I am here today representing the original Little Italy Restaurant Association. We did submit a letter, but we wanted to have a physical presence here to let you know how totally in support we are of this project. We feel that if every developer was like Mr. Schmidt and Workshop Development, your job would be easy, because they have truly worked with the community and brought us up to date on everything, and we as the restaurateurs commend them for taking this vacant business property and turning it into a residential unit that will house more than 200 people. We welcome them, and we welcome this project to the neighborhood. Thank you very much. Mary Ann Cricchio, Cricchio.
Good afternoon, and thank you also, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Eitan Mintz. I'm the rabbi of the historic synagogue on Lloyd Street, also a local resident in the adjacent neighborhood in Jonestown, ETAN and MINTZ. I also very much welcome this project, and can tell you on a number of levels. Firstly, the stellar reputation of Workshop Development and the fact that they've also been very forthcoming about their project and very much involve the community in their project. But secondly, as somebody who is very focused and whose energies is in trying to bring more people to live and to work in downtown Baltimore, this project is such a welcome addition to have more residents who will live here. I think in the fact that it's in close proximity, right adjacent to Harbor East, and also as everybody has been talking about the gateway that it would bring to Little Italy into the other neighboring adjacent neighborhoods, I think it really would fit in consonance with both in terms of height, in terms of the type of things that the mixed use that it's bringing, and I just really welcome their development and look forward to continued development of Workshop Development to take our city to the next level.
Thank you. Ms. Laurie, anything further?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right. Thank you, John.
One more word?
Unfortunately, you already took it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. 2015-13, 200 East University Parkway.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Once again, Joe Woolman on behalf of the appellant who are coming in right now, waiting out in the hallway.
All right, Mr. Woolman, we have this as an application to, quote, continue to use the premises as a fraternity, quote unquote, clubhouse. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm not sure where the term clubhouse came from. Actually, the councilwoman and I were just discussing that out in the hallway. And for the record, I was not involved when this application was originally filed, and I did submit a memorandum today to Mr. Tanner, and I provided a copy to Councilwoman Clark. And at the outset of that memorandum, if you all could just... Everybody else coming in? Yes. At the outset of that memo, indicate that I'd like to amend the application to reflect really a rather narrow request, and that is that the board determine under zoning code section 13-107 the legal existence of a nonconforming use. That really is the request. Alternatively, if the board does not accept our evidence and testimony regarding the continuance of the legally existing nonconforming use, 13-718 provides you with the authority to extend the period of non-continuance, and that would be the alternative relief, although frankly we feel we have ample evidence for you to make the factual finding, which you have the authority to do so.
Okay. Before we get into that, Councilwoman, if all those intending to give testimony can raise their hands in this one.
I swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Do we have staff reports?
Yes, first we have a letter from the Arkansas Improvement Association indicating that they wish to express support for the appeal to continue the non-conforming use of the property 200 East University Parkway as a clubhouse fraternity. Arkansas has enjoyed an amicable relationship with the residents of the fraternity who have been consistently courteous and involved neighbors. We are especially pleased to agree on a memorandum of understanding with the fraternity, which we believe successfully addresses several issues that have been consistently managed in the past. We also have a letter from a resident at 3601 Greenway. They write that the residents of the apartment building on Greenway include undergraduates, graduate students, current and former employees of Johns Hopkins, families raising children, working professionals, and seniors. The Carrollton is located at the corners of Greenway, University, and the 3500 block of Calvert Street. Nearly half of our residents face the fraternity house are impacted by the nuisances it presents. The fraternity house should not be allowed in a residential community. The fraternity is unaffiliated with Hopkins. The grandfathering should be null and void. If the fraternity were to ask for a variance today, it would not be granted. If granted, this would set a precedent for other fraternities to establish houses in the community. The house parties create a nuisance, noise levels on the street, non-compliant with city regulations, public urination, kegs on the lawn, use of our dumpsters, trash management issues, and excessive cars on the site. In the past 8 years, as long as I have lived in the Carrollton, there have been at least one call to the police and several calls to Johns Hopkins University. We have met with the officers on one occasion, lovely young men, and they try to let us know when they are having a large party. This notice has not made the nuisance subside. After the fire in 2003, the house has not been occupied until a party was held in 2015. They have exceeded the time limits for zoning board's ability to restore that non-conforming use. We believe that the MOU will be difficult to enforce. The fraternity members change annually. It is difficult to know who these neighbors are. And then we have planning's report.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed the application and the materials submitted with it. At that time, was unable to determine whether the nonconforming use had been discontinued or not, and realized it would be based upon evidence of the parties would present to the board, and whether that in fact had occurred. At this point, the department has no objection to the application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, I'll just briefly outline again what I think is a fairly narrow issue before we take testimony from those here in support of the application. What we really have here is, unfortunately, a catch-22 regarding my clients and an unfortunate fire that occurred at this fraternity, which has been in existence at that location since 1959. The fire occurred in December of 2012, and the fraternity, as is required by the zoning code to continue a nonconforming use, immediately began taking steps to remedy that situation and rehabilitate the house, and got a contractor involved, and we'll have evidence, and actually I think we've already submitted some of that into the file regarding the permit history throughout the year of 2013, that they were diligently pursuing that rehabilitation pursuant to the requirements of the code. And most importantly, the house was back in use as a fraternity prior to the expiration of that year, and you'll hear testimony regarding that. There's also an affidavit that has been submitted to the file, and the actual affiant is here as well to testify to that. There'll be ample evidence to indicate that there was a use during that one-year period. Unfortunately, and here's where the catch-22 comes into play, unfortunately in May of 2013, and we're not sure what the impetus was for this, but perhaps a complaint was filed, a vacancy notice was issued by HCD in May of 2013. Obviously, we would argue that the house wasn't vacant. It was in the course of being rehabilitated for occupancy. And when my client, Mr. Vela, who's standing to my right, who happens to be an attorney as well, attempted to remedy this, and I'll have him testify, he was originally told by the city, well, you don't need a UNO because you're grandfathered, and you're in the process of pulling your permits, et cetera. He was then told, well, actually, now I'm not so sure about that because there's a vacancy notice on the house, and he suggested that he remedy the vacancy notice with zoning. So then Mr. Vela went and spoke to the zoning administrator's office to remedy the situation with the nonconforming use, and he was told, we can't remedy that because of the vacancy notice. So you have two departments telling Mr. Vela, we can't help you because the other department has to remedy the situation. And that's unfortunate. I think at the time the zoning administrator was not made aware of all of the facts necessarily. He's since been made aware of that, and there's an email in the file to Mr. Tanner and myself regarding his understanding now of the facts. And as I indicate in my memorandum, if I was involved at that time, I would have done what I could to try to remedy the situation in an administrative fashion rather than go to the board. But obviously an appeal was filed. The zoning administrator certainly defers to the board at this juncture regarding the resolution, again, of what I would characterize as a very narrow issue and a factual issue regarding the use of the fraternity within that year. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Vela to testify and just respond to some of my questions, and he can certainly elaborate. But Mr. Vela, again, your name for the record.
Roberto Vela. Roberto's R-O-B-E-R-T-O. Vela, V as in Victor, E-L-A.
And your affiliation with Delta Phi?
I serve on the board of the Delta Phi Club.
And you were serving in that capacity, or at least a capacity, back when the fire occurred in December of 2012, is that correct?
That is correct.
And were you the individual responsible for overseeing, if you will, the rehabilitation of the fraternity house the following year?
So to speak, yes. I was the contact person.
You were the contact
for the
person.
board.
And you were working with a contractor at the time, correct?
That is correct.
And just as a point of reference, unfortunately, you had to end up suing that contractor, is that correct?
We discussed the possibility of litigation against the contractor.
Right. And that was because of some misrepresentations by the contractor regarding the status of some of your permits, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and since that took place, you took it upon yourself to try to remedy the situation directly with contact with representatives from the city, is that correct?
Yes. Right.
And it's my understanding that you contacted representatives from the city regarding whether or not you needed a use and occupancy permit, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at some juncture, a representative from housing indicated that because you were a non-conforming use, you didn't need to get one, is that correct?
That is correct. It was either the inspector, one of the inspectors for the city, or one of the representatives for the zoning department. I can't recall exactly who it was.
And despite that misleading information, you eventually tried to get a use and occupancy permit yourself, correct?
I did.
And it's my understanding that you were informed that that could not be granted because of the vacancy notice that was issued in May of 2013, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so you tried to remedy the vacancy notice, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you try to remedy the vacancy notice, it's my understanding that you were informed that that could not take place without zonings giving you either the use and occupancy permit or making a determination regarding the non-conforming use. Is that correct?
Right.
So at that point, what did you do?
At that point, we filed the present appeal.
Very well, very well. I have no further questions at this time for
Yeah.
Mr. Vela.
Yes,
Mr. Vela, my name is Mary Pat Clark. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you as well.
Yeah. So let's go backwards just for a minute. Who were you dealing with in the city of Baltimore through all this? I know it's been a long time. It's been over 2 years, so you probably, right? So,
Yes, right.
yeah. So you probably, no wonder, and I guess you started out without keeping a lot of notes
In
about
what
who you're
respect?
talking to.
Well, I remember who I spoke with. I spoke with Inspector Bailey and Inspector Dorsey, and they were with code enforcement.
And are they the people who told you that you didn't need a use and occupancy?
I can't recall exactly who it was, whether it was Inspector Bailey, Inspector Dorsey,
But it
or
was one of
somebody else.
them?
I believe it was one of them, yes. It has been a while, though.
It's been a long time.
Correct.
Did you ever have anything in writing about that? Did you ever ask him to put it in writing or send you an email or anything like that, about that?
I don't know that I asked them specifically.
I got
I'm not
you.
sure that it was.
But you don't have anything in writing from that period about, we're talking about a use and occupancy, non-conforming use, and 2 years of time. So in that period, with your many conversations with the city, did anybody ever write you that you didn't need a use and occupancy or something to that effect?
I just want to clarify, the 2 years of time refers to what specifically?
This fire. The
Since-
fire. Well, it's more than 2 years, but let's see. That was December, I'm sorry, that's December of 12.
Correct.
13, 14, 2.5 years ago, during that period, when you were working on trying to get it fixed.
I apologize, to get the property
house,
fixed?
yeah.
The property was repaired by the end of the following year, before the end of the following year.
Okay.
So that had nothing to do with the permitting. We were under the impression that the permits that were necessary had been obtained.
Okay.
All of them.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll call Mr. Jack. Let me pronounce your last name correctly.
Greta.
Greta. I wasn't sure if it was Grieta. Come on up.
John.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. State your name for the record. Thanks.
John Jack, Greta, Greata.
And Mr. Greta, you actually provided an affidavit to the board in advance of this hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Councilman, I think you've seen that.
No, I haven't,
Oh,
but
okay.
thanks. Oh, yes, indeed I have. I've seen it.
Okay, great.
You can have it.
There's one in the file, Mr. Chairman, but I'll just hand this one in at this time so you can refer to it. Mr. Greta, for what purpose did we have you submit that affidavit to the board?
To establish when and how the fraternity resumed use of the property.
And you're familiar, obviously, with the affidavit that we just submitted, and you are the affiant on that document, correct?
That's correct.
Is there anything you'd like to add regarding the use of the fraternity in 2013 to your knowledge?
Just that we worked diligently immediately after the file and through that year to raise a significant amount of money, all privately, for the rehabilitation that work proceeded throughout the year, and that by December, normal use of the house had resumed, that fraternity-related meetings were being held there, that informal social gatherings were being held there, and that the residents had moved their personal belongings back into their rooms.
Very well. I have nothing further for this witness.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Next, Mr. George Atkinson. Guess I'm taking you out of order, I'm sorry. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
George, excuse me. George E. Atkinson III.
And where do you reside, sir?
228 Homewood Terrace?
And is that in close proximity to the subject property here, 200 East University Parkway?
Yes, it's in Oakenshaw neighborhood.
Okay. And you're familiar with the fraternity that's operated at that location?
Yes.
And are you a member of the community association that executed the memorandum of understanding with the members of the fraternity?
Yes.
And are you familiar with any activity, let me rephrase, did you attend an event at the fraternity in early October of 2013?
There was a house tour that year after they had finished their repair work, and they were in part of the house tour.
And they hosted the house tour and hosted you at the fraternity at that time?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Me neither. Thanks. Hi, Mr. Atkinson.
Question, Mr. Atkins.
Yes.
The fire, as I understand it, was in December of 2012.
I believe so.
And are you familiar with any use that was being made of the fraternity house at that time?
Before the fire or after the
Before
fire?
Before.
Well, they certainly were all living there. Yes. I lived in the neighborhood
So it's
for,
fair to say then, up to the point of the fire, the house was being used as it had been used for any number of years prior to that?
yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Margaret Kime? Ms. Kime, can you state your name for the record, please?
Margaret Kime.
And, ma'am, where do you live?
I live at 212 Homewood Terrace.
And is that in close proximity to the fraternity located at 200 East University Parkway?
Yeah, it's 2 blocks away.
2 blocks away. And are you a member of the Oakenshaw Community Association?
No.
Not a member of the association?
Just a
Okay.
neighbor.
But you're just a neighbor, very well. And did you attend the event in October 2013?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That
they
was-
showed the basement. That was the only section that was, I think, completed at the
Okay,
time.
okay. And they hosted that event that you attended along with Mr. Atkinson, correct?
Yeah.
I have nothing further, thank you.
What about the upstairs? Can I ask her?
Hmm.
Can I ask her about the upstairs?
I have nothing further, but,
I don't care.
Mr. Matthew Mosca?
Matthew J. Mosca, M-O-S-C-A,
And where do you reside, sir?
216 East University Parkway.
And is that also, I'm assuming that is in close proximity to 200 East University Parkway?
Yes, I'm in the same block.
Okay, and you're familiar with the fraternity operation there and the use of the house as fraternity? And in furtherance of the chairman's question,
I am.
were you familiar with the use of the house as a fraternity prior to the fire in December of 2012?
Yes, indeed.
And are you familiar with the use of the property during the year 2013, after the fire?
Yeah. Mhm.
And did you attend an event at the house in October of 2013?
Actually, I did not.
Oh,
I
you
was
didn't?
out of town that
Okay.
weekend.
All righty. But you are a member of the Oakenshaw Community Association?
I'm a board member of,
And you participated in the MOU process with the members of the fraternity in support of this appeal?
I pretty much wrote the first draft of the MOU, so yeah.
Very well. And, Mr. Chair, I believe there's a copy of the MOU in the file, and I'll reference that this time. And I have no further questions, Mr. Mosca.
No.
Clearly, it's a factual issue at play, and I think we've provided ample testimony regarding the use of the property. More importantly, I think we've also provided testimony, and there's evidence in the record in the file, and I actually reviewed the board's file yesterday, and I noted the listing of the permit activity throughout the year of 2013, and it appeared as if staff from the board made some interesting notations underlining all of the permits that were pulled in 2013, and also made a handwritten note at the end that it had been a fraternity since 1959. Again, under the law, the fraternity was certainly diligently pursuing its rehabilitation of the property, and perhaps most importantly, the house was used.
So I think it's more coincidental to note.
Okay.
The vacant house notice predated the earliest permit that I saw related to the renovation, but again, I don't really think that, well, the point as I see it is that in the code, you've got a year to get a building permit where there's a loss sustained by a fire. Because I think that the permits reached that the permit was pulled in, I think it was June of 2013.
2013.
Yes.
The fire was in December of 2012, so that's 6 months later. And then you're required to diligently pursue it, completion of the work until it's completed, and it sounds like that was around October of 2013.
Correct, and there was, if you note in the permit record, and I'll just point this out out of an interest of clarity, there was one permit that was pulled in December of 2013, and that was after they had moved back into the house. They recognized the need, and Mr. Vela, you can confirm this for me if you will, if I state anything incorrect, but there was, they realized they wanted to replace an outdated electrical box at that time, and they, yes, and especially after having a fire. And they did that at that time, and the permit records in the file also reflect that, again, supporting that they were back in the house at that time. I would also point out that obviously planning has no objection to this appeal. The zoning administrator's email, I think, is very telling regarding sort of this paradox, if you will, regarding the vacancy notice and the use permit situation, and maybe most importantly, the memorandum of understanding, which is rather significant, which is in the file between the community association and this fraternity moving forward. With that, I'll submit.
And Councilwoman, to understand that well, as I look at the proposal here, it's to continue to use the premises as a fraternity, quote-unquote, clubhouse. And so then the only issue in contention is whether or not there is a use that may be continued, i.e. the non-conforming use of the clubhouse, or if that use has been discontinued or abandoned due to the issuance of the vacant house notice.
Correct.
Okay. So then we are to decide whether or not the vacant house notice was or was not appropriately issued?
Mr. Chairman, I have written testimony, and actually, I would say that there is more at issue, but I'm not presenting that evidence, but people here from the Carrollton condominiums are.
All right.
So that I would say that I told the president of the Oakenshaw Improvement Association that since they were involved in, over the past weeks, in writing a memorandum of understanding, I was going to stick to what I firmly believe, which is that time is up here for bringing back a non-conforming use in this situation, which is a fraternity. And that's what my testimony is about, whereas there are other people here about why, well, they can speak for themselves.
Right.
But that's what I told the president I would do, and that's what I'm here to testify about, and others will speak about who live there, about whatever. But I don't know how a vacant house notice was issued, in case that's a question, but it was, as we all know, and it is still in effect. And so basically, I would just like to go through my points, if I may, about what I consider to be a pretty open and shut case of abandonment of a non-conforming use in an R6 district. And I know you know that the law says even if you don't mean to for it, even if you're working on it, even if you're really trying hard to get back in, it doesn't matter. There's timelines, and they've exceeded them. If I could just go through, I have letters. They're actually in your file, but I brought extra copies, if I may. And I'd like to do what I don't usually do to you, which is read you part of a letter, okay? Let me just make sure I'm giving you the one I haven't marked. Well, if you get one that's all marked up, I'm sorry. It's just with highlighter. It's okay. So basically, here, I know I have my marked up one. Mary Pat Clark, Baltimore City Council, 14th District. Members, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, as I just said, I'm here to testify to the abandonment of a non-conforming use in an R6 property. And I would like to begin by saying that this fraternity that was is not eligible for extension of the non-conforming use it established before enactment of the Baltimore City Zoning Code of 1971. I'll grant you, they've been a fraternity, and that place has been a fraternity for many a long year. But it's been abandoned for more than 2 years now, and that breaks all the deadlines. It's abandonment of the fraternity use. Now, remember, people can live there. You can go to an open house there. 4 unrelated people can live there legally right now, and that's really, I think, one of the big differences, because I think they want 5 people to live there or more. But any 4 unrelated people and more can live there. But the abandonment of the non-conforming fraternity use is what I'm talking about. Its abandonment exceeds the 1-year extension the board is authorized to grant, as well as the 1 year in which it is supposed to reestablish its use. So basically, they have a right, when you abandon a use, when there's a vacant house, when it's a vacant house, the use is, the house is abandoned. You have to renew your use and occupancy. They have a year to come to this board and ask to extend for another year their time limit in order to do that. You know that, I'm just saying it for the public record. That has not happened. This fraternity use also does not mean...
If I can interject for a moment.
Sure.
Your argument seems to be premised on the issuance of the vacant house notice.
Well, it's not really. If I could just, if you wouldn't mind, it's based on 13-407 and what it has, yes.
Okay.
The house was abandoned at the time of the fire. A vacant house notice.
You mean subsequent to the fire?
Yeah, because, I'm
Okay.
sorry, of
Yeah,
course.
Okay, all right.
There was a fraternity.
Mm-hmm.
There was a fire.
Mhm.
And after the fire,
It was uninhabitable.
you couldn't live there.
Yeah.
Everybody moved out.
Mm-hmm.
The clock started to tick.
Mm-hmm.
The clock ticked, and for a year,
So
they
until
haven't
December 2013?
reoccupied as a non-conforming use. They have had people in there at some point, but they haven't gone back after the vacant house notice. They haven't gone back to reestablish the non-conforming use. Now, in that year, they have the right to come to this board and ask for another year extension of their time to get themselves back with their to try for their non-conforming use. But that didn't happen. The fire happened in December of 12. We know that was 2.5 years ago. The vacant house notice, where it came from,
Can we agree that the vacant house notice was not exactly properly issued?
No, I can't agree to that because
Okay.
I don't know what the circumstances were. I don't think anyone could live there.
As I understand it, before a property can be declared to be vacant, it has to be unoccupied for at least a year.
No.
Here it's been 6
No.
Or-
That's not correct.
Okay.
I hear you, but it's because I spend my daily life
Certainly.
with about vacant houses and what makes a vacant house, so I don't mean to
Okay.
be rude.
Please
It's
clarify.
just that vacant house can be, for example, one criteria is it's open to casual entry. We've actually added other provisions in the city council within this past year, but it's not just, it's not just that it has to be vacant for a year. It's that it is it becomes a place that people can get into, and there's no visible means of
Was the
people
property
living there.
secured or was it open?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because
Was
the
there
vac-
actual, well, I mean, I'm going to guess that because it was a fire, I'm gonna guess that there was some damage to items inside, property and the like. Was everything taken out of the house?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I do not know, Mr. Chairman, but I will say this. There was a reason the city had for issuing a vacant house notice. I don't know whether someone called for an inspection of a house. That's usually how it begins. They are very particular about a vacant house notice because it has to meet the criteria, and it's nothing about a year of vacancy. But it has to be in some way meet the criteria of the law, and I don't know what those criteria were that it met, because I wasn't involved in that decision at all. But there was something that is part of somebody's record in the housing department that for the vacant house notice.
Okay.
Here,
Would
so
you agree, though, that the code provides that if any part of a structure devoted to a non-conforming use is destroyed or damaged by fire, no repairs or reconstruction may be made unless building permit is obtained and work started within 1 year of the date of destruction or damage, and the work is diligently pursued to completion.
and let me quote another part of the law, if I may. 13-407 prohibits further extension to grant a non-conforming fraternity use. Discontinuance of use provides that, 1, except as specified in this section, and I've copied it here, whenever the active and continuous operation of any Class 3 non-conforming use, it's the use, the use we're talking about, or any part of that use is fraternity, has been discontinued for 12 consecutive months. 1, the discontinuance constitutes an abandonment of the discontinued non-conforming use or discontinued part of that use, regardless of any reservation of an intent to resume active operations or otherwise not abandon the use. All right, and the discontinued non-conforming use or discontinued part of that use may not be reestablished, and B, any subsequent use of any part of the land or structure previously used for the discontinued use or discontinued part of the use must conform to the regulations of the district, that's R6, in which the land or structure is located. 2, in accordance with subtitle 7 of this title, the board may extend the time for discontinuance for 1 or more additional periods. That's so 1 year, and you can add to that. In no case, however, may the total of the additional time exceed 12 months. So, next. Time limits aside, 200 East University Parkway is ineligible for fraternity use in its R6 district and by reason of a B1 limitation. In addition to the applicable exceptions to continuance, which I've just read, please note that the 1971 code does not list fraternity or sorority houses off campus, which whatever this appeal is calling itself is the use we're talking about, as either 1, permitted or conditional in this property's R6 district, or permitted or conditional in the B1 district from which uses eligible for non-conforming use can be authorized in residential districts. In other words, everybody's a good person. Nobody means any harm. But this is what the law says. It is there. Now, It's not amended yet. It hasn't been changed. And
What if there's a non-conforming use, okay, and as you said, there's, under 13407, you've got a year
Mhm.
to reestablish that
The
use,
use.
or continue that use. And let's say that on the 364th day, let's say it was that the use was discontinued as it was because of a fire.
Okay.
And so
I
then on the
think it was.
364th day,
Mhm.
someone gets a building permit to rebuild and all that, because the
Mhm.
premises are uninhabitable, people can't be in there. So they get a building permit to
Fix the
rebuild.
electric box.
Well, more than that. It's
Well,
gonna
no,
have to
no,
be to repair
something.
everything that's fire damaged and the like.
Right.
And then, and once they get the permit, they begin work. Are you saying that come that 365th day, that despite the fact that there's been an effort to rebuild what are uninhabitable premises, that that use at that point is gone forever?
The use?
Mhm.
Unless they get it extended. I mean, in other words, they could ask the zoning board, they could make an appeal to the zoning board to consider an extension of,
Okay.
to another
And-
maximum 12
okay,
months
and so
of their
you-
period.
time out. So you believe that in order for the board to extend that period past that 1-year period, because remember I said that they went and they got their building permit on the 364th day. So they're not able to come before the board before the 365th day.
Well, that's a close call,
to-
so maybe you have a little leeway if they filed that day,
They
if it
go in
wasn't
and
Christmas
they
Eve or
go in and they
something.
get the building permit that day, and then
Mhm.
and then.
It's not
some
about a
neighbors
building
complain.
permit.
Well.
It's
it
not,
is-
has nothing
well,
to do.
ma'am,
Okay.
if I may.
Yes, sir.
My point is that you're focusing on one part of the code, but there's 2 parts of the code
Mhm.
that are at play.
Right.
And what the board is required to do here is to construe those parts together and try to figure out a reasonable framework within which to apply it to not just this case, but to all cases.
I understand, sir, and I'm not trying to be,
And
I'm
so
really
that's
not
why-
trying to
and so
argue
that's
with
why
you.
I'm trying to
I-
get an understanding of
What I think.
what your construct is of that framework. Is it such that if on the 364th day, someone goes and gets a building permit, that they are out of luck on that 365th day if all of the work hasn't been completed yet, or they haven't had a zoning hearing to get it extended? Or are they able to get that building permit on the 364th day, go forward with, go forward with doing the work, then once they've completed the work, when they go and try to get an occupancy permit, then they're going to be told, oh, well, you're going to need to get your use, before you can get your occupancy permit, you're going to need to go to the board.
Correct.
Do they still have that opportunity to do that under your understanding of the code? Or has that opportunity been lost?
Mr. Chairman, this is not a close call here. You're asking my opinion about something that, first of all, it doesn't matter how many construction permits have been pulled. That's not this, that's a different part of the law. After 1 year, that a place
So you
is.
believe then
No,
that
it's not my
13407
belief.
renders 13404 irrelevant?
No, I'm not,
That we shouldn't look to any other part of the code other than 13407?
Sir.
13407 trumps over everything else in the code.
13407 is about the conditional use. That in a R6 district, the conditional use expires and the property reverts to a single-family dwelling in a year.
But isn't, if
Period.
there's going to be a use made, if.
Well,
there's
they
gonna be
could
a
have
use
4
made of a
boys
premises,
living
doesn't
there
need to
now.
be- Doesn't there need to be an existence, a structure in which for the use can occur?
Well, maybe so, but they could have asked for an extension before the first year of abandonment ended, but
And
they
that's what
did
my
not.
question was whether or not you believe that the opportunity for that extension is lost if it is not sought before the expiration of a year.
Well, actually, I do believe that.
Okay.
And I don't believe it. I've been through hearings before this board, not the current commissioners, but in which we have argued exactly this, in exactly this kind of a situation, and prevailed. Now, we had attorneys and everything else, and today I'm an English teacher, as I've always been, not an attorney. But at least I can read what it says, and at least I come with some pretty intense experience around this section of the code. That was a property, sir, that was abandoned. It's a very similar situation, and everybody really wanted to get it back, except that contractors were a problem, yada, yada, yada. But long story short, just as in this case, this isn't even a close call. They have a year to reestablish the use, not to fix the house, to reestablish the use, because it's non-conforming. And then they have the right to come in and ask for up to no more than 12 months extension to keep that use, keep the possibility of reestablishment alive. But after that, no, under this code, no, they do not. And just as in this case, in the case I'm referencing on Canterbury Road several years ago, and Mr. Tanner will remember it, it wasn't about how many permits got pulled to build things and fix things and all. It was the abandonment of, it was the reversion of that property back to a single-family dwelling. And because it's residentially zoned. And that's what happens to non-conforming uses. So, I mean, it's not simple, life's not simple, but this is fairly clear, and it even says, regardless of any reservation or an intent to resume active operations or otherwise not abandon the use. I mean, it's like, we know it's a tough life. We know how contractors are. We know how things go wrong. But this is what it says and means. So,
Councilman, you mentioned that there were people in the property post-fire. I think you said.
well, I mean, they say that they had an open house. The basement was.
You're just basically.
I'm not saying anybody's telling an untruth.
No, I'm saying, do you have any knowledge of anyone?
Me?
Yes.
Direct?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
No. But I believe these young men when they, or wherever they.
Veracity, I'm just asking,
Oh, I believe that. Oh, I wouldn't. I mean, where are they going to go?
So what constitutes reestablishment of a use in your mind?
A use and occupancy permit. Because they don't have one. And they went to get one as a fraternity, and they couldn't get it because they lost their non-conforming use. That's why we're here. I know you know that, but that's what I'm saying. It's gone. Now, it is not a financial crisis for the fraternity. I guess I don't know how many people they let in. All right. There are 5 people, I'm told, now I might be wrong, I'm told there are 5 people living there now. I don't know if that's correct. If it is, I'm saying those young men 4 of them can live there legally right now as a single-family house in an R6 neighborhood. So they would lose one person who is living there. They have not reestablished. They're not, this is where they have come to try to reestablish their non-conforming
That place sort of
use.
stumbles into the other kind of a problem I'm having with this is, this is written up as a proposal to continue to use the premises as a fraternity quote-unquote clubhouse. I don't really know what that means.
Well, it doesn't mean
but
anything, does it?
Yeah, if the premises have been used, well, let's say this. If the premises may be used, as you say.
For 4 people to live in.
For 4 people to live there.
Yes.
And there's no restriction on how frequently any of those people can have guests. Maybe they can
Well, we have a new law.
Well, that actually doesn't.
Just so it
As I
doesn't-
understand it, that doesn't regulate meetings so much as the noise.
Oh, no, it's about when it gets out in the public.
That's correct.
Mhm.
So they would be able to, let's say, have
yeah,
gatherings.
guests, yes.
That maybe where they would discuss the business of the organization. They would maybe be able to have social events, inviting various different friends and acquaintances and
Yes,
the like. So what would be the difference between that and any other manner in which the property has been used over the last, say, 40 years?
Precedence. Basically, when you have a fraternity use, it allows more people to live there, to live in a given single-family house, than when that same property is a single-family house. So it's more people. But it's also, it's a sort of institutional club. It's like a club. And once you have some of them in a neighborhood, you tend to pick up more. And so a lot of this is about precedence. A lot of this is about the rolling way in which such institutions take root in a neighborhood, for good or for ill. And they allow a greater density of residents than a normal place that size. So it's a non-conforming use for a good reason. It is not even, well, I don't want to even go into that. It's a non-conforming use for a good reason in an R6 neighborhood because it's not the norm at all of what exists there. And you have to jump through hoops to get it and to keep it because it's not what R6 density, space, acreage, et cetera, is about. And sure enough, if you look around the corner, and you haven't heard me say one word about this fraternity's behavior or anything, and I won't. I don't know. I'm not there, okay? I'm not talking about that. But given that, look around the corner. Look at the block, the 200 block that they abut. Perfectly okay fraternity, I guess. Now there are 2 other houses, I believe. I have not been in them, that now have been purchased for graduates of that fraternity to live in. Okay, fine. But that's, for good or for ill, what I'm saying is it creates an environment in which there's a tipping point at which R6 is not the standard anymore, but group homes are for undergraduates, for example. So, fine. But those other properties are limited to 4 unrelated people. They're not fraternities, and that's to the good. And so far, I've never heard a word of complaint about either of those houses. So it's presumably 4 unrelated young men living in a single-family house, which they're certainly allowed to do, and no complaints or problems. But a fraternity has a higher density, and it tends to attract other group homes to it. But I didn't write this law. I'm just asking you to observe it. And I thank you for your consideration.
Always.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Yes, sir. Hi. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk to you today. My name is Eric Price, and I am the president of the Carrollton Condominium Association, which is on the west side of Calvert Street, across the street from the fraternity house, or from the Delta Phi's. We believe that this fraternity, or the 200 East University Parkway being granted the ability to be a fraternity house would not be in the best benefit of the community, as well as ourselves and the Oakenshaw community, simply for several reasons. One is that we have noticed that they have parked cars in the back alley, which obstruct emergency vehicles. We have found that they have had public parties on the front lawn, which have our residents have observed kegs of beer on the front lawn, which I'm not sure if that's totally legal. We also think that our residents have observed public urination in the back alley during their parties during the daytime. We also just think that the noise level is a huge nuisance. Our residents have have called the house on several occasions over the years, as well as has called the John Waters, who is the Hopkins community liaison to fraternities, and nothing has been done. So we think that allowing them to operate as a fraternity would not benefit the neighborhood, as well as from their parties, they have left trash all over the lawns and furniture in the back alleys, which basically decreases all of the values of the property in Oakenshaw. So,
but what's the difference between 4 undergraduates living in a house, which they can, and having parties because they're undergraduates, and 5 club members living in a house and having the same parties in the same case?
So the only thing I can say to you is that it goes back to what Mary Pat Clark talked about precedents. If the fraternity had applied, was not a fraternity, had not been grandfathered, or had been living there since 1959, and they applied for one now under the R6 condition, they most likely would not be granted that use of the house for that reason. Okay. And it does, not having a fraternity there does cut down on the amount of traffic, the cars in the area, the trash pollution, the noise, things of that nature. Okay. And I do have, I'm not sure if Mr. Tanner has received these or not, but a letter from the Carrollton Board, as well as several letters from from our residents complaining about. Yeah, great. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I concur. I have nothing much to add.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh,
Yes.
Sandy Sirota, Sirota. Thank you. 3601 Greenway, apartment 801, Baltimore, Maryland, 21218. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm opposed. Yes, I'm very much opposed.
I gathered.
Yes. My issues are all of the above that have been stated previously, and in addition, my particular unit is very much affected. I reside on the 8th floor. I have a large terrace. I overlook the fraternity house. Noise travels up. I bought the unit because I enjoyed the outside space, and very often am unable to enjoy that space ever, or listen to my own music. And there doesn't seem to be much compliance to to the rules regarding noise ordinances and such. So it's a problem, as it is for many elderly people in the building, as for families who have babies whose children are taking naps, and the noise decibels are just, like glaring. So it's a particular issue for our building, I think. Thank you.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, obviously we have witnesses here from the community and representative attorney that would necessarily refute some of the testimony regarding the use and some code enforcement issues. I think it's sort of outside the scope of what's really before you, which again I would argue is a very narrow issue regarding the reestablishment of the legally existing non-conforming use. And Mr. Chairman, I think you picked up on it. There are sections of the code that need to be applied together. 13404, 13107, and 13407 need to be read together. The board has the authority to make the factual determination of whether or not this non-conforming use was reestablished, and I think we provided uncontroverted testimony that it absolutely was, and Commissioner Bonaventure, I believe, picked up on that point based on the questions I heard him ask. We have factual evidence before you, uncontroverted, regarding the reestablishment of the use. So I think we've gone even beyond what's required under 13404, which is the restoration, which I believe you, Mr. Chairman, were picking up on, that certainly you have a right. Certainly you shouldn't lose a non-conforming use because you had the misfortune of having a fire. You're back in there, you're applying for your permits, and to your suggestion, you could even wait to a 363rd day and apply for a building permit that late. They certainly didn't wait anywhere near that long. They were diligently pursuing the rehabilitation of the residents and the fraternity all throughout the course of 2013. And I'll just submit one more piece of evidence regarding the long history
well, the
of
Councilwoman brought up a question regarding the vacant building notice that was issued, and the circumstances surrounding that. And she referenced the various different criteria under which vacant building notices are issued. Brought up the possibility that the premises hadn't been properly secured.
Can certainly elicit testimony regarding that if the board would like to hear from Mr. Vela regarding the securing of the property. And then I've got some points to make regarding the vacant notice and whether or not it establishes an abandonment or not. But Mr. Vela, if you wouldn't mind responding to the chairman's question regarding the securing of the property during the rehabilitation process.
I would not mind at all. The property, Mr. Chairman, was secured the day of the fire. Specifically, I, in conjunction with another colleague on the board, hired a remediation company that came in and sealed the property. Was there I was there while this company boarded up every window, every door until we could get the rehabilitation process started. There was no, I live 3 blocks away from the house and constantly drove by to make sure that there was no danger of anybody being able to come in or that the house didn't look abandoned. I mean, it looked as though there had been a fire, but as though the fire was being taken care of, the effects of the fire. But I can personally attest to the fact that that the house was secured immediately.
How about vegetation? It's the grass cut, any shrubbery trim, that kind of stuff. Was it just sort of
Those are
weeds
not
and stuff
correct.
growing up, or was it actually maintained?
During the rehabilitation period, in fact, one of our ongoing frustrations was that it was very hard to get anything to grow there, period, because the contractors were coming in and out, and
But I meant
you know,
before that.
Before the fire, of course, there was.
No, I mean the period between when the fire occurred and the building permit, I think, was pulled in June.
Mhm.
The notice was issued in May, so there's the beginning of a growing season there. You say, from March to, I guess, March forward. So if there was grass, was it being cut? If there was any other vegetation, was that cut and trimmed back, or was it just sort of left to grow?
I understand your question, Mr. Chairperson. There was no, to the extent that there was grass or shrubbery, it was not just left to grow. In fact, there was visitation. I personally went regularly, as well as other board members, because we met contractors there. And
I'm sorry.
we met contractors there and people who were doing estimates, as well as the insurance adjusters. There was a time where the items in the house that could be salvaged were removed, and during that time as well, I was personally there to see it happen. For that reason, though, there was very little in front of the house that could really grow. There were movers coming in and out, and we also had some. I apologize. Did-
I'll just proffer that my understanding is that lawn care company was hired sometime in 2013. Mr. Greta, is that correct?
That's correct.
To maintain the property. And with regards to the vacancy notice, Mr. Chair, I would agree with your statement that the vacancy notice was improperly issued. Even if it weren't, any attempt by my client to address it was thwarted by the response, you got to go to the zoning board, or you've got to go to the zoning administrator and get the nonconforming use cleared up, and then they were told, well, we can't do that with the vacancy notice pending. So it was really, again, a catch-22 for my client. Even if you find the vacancy notice was properly issued, if that's going to be your basis for determining an abandonment of a nonconforming use, it would have to be a year. It would have to be a year before that vacancy notice was issued. And I think, again, the clearest evidence we provided is that even going beyond what's required of 13407 regarding the pooling of the building permits to restore the property, you have testimony here today by way of affidavit and live testimony that this use was reestablished in 2013.
May I comment?
Just a moment. Mr. Tanner, you had something you wanted to offer?
I just, this question about permits and use, and it's been an issue over the years, especially when a vacant building notice is issued. The vacant building notice can be issued if the property is boarded because it's not habitable. So that's the issue of why it's considered vacant. If it's boarded, there's no ability to get light and air into the property, so it's not habitable. The notice directs the property owner to make it habitable. And the only way to do that is to get permits to do the work. The code says every application for a building permit constitutes an application for a use permit as well. But approval of one does not constitute approval of the other. But we shouldn't be issuing permits to do work on properties that you can't use. So, it's a real balancing act that sometimes gets very convoluted and confusing. Once a vacant building notice is issued, you should not be able to occupy the building without a new occupancy permit. So all of that factors in together, but it's really up to the zoning administrator to make these kinds of decisions. What he has done is that he doesn't have the factual evidence in front of him to make that decision, so he referred it to the board. That's basically how it got here, in my view. I can't speak for the zoning administrator, but that's generally what happened. So there we have it.
And I think to that point, the email from the zoning administrator is very probative of the issue before you.
And may I say, Mr. Chairman, what I meant to say before? I take issue with the ex post facto email coming to this board from the very zoning administrator who sent this to this board months and months ago. And it's not your fault, it's been postponed because of work to put, nobody's fault, not this board's, but it's been months since this was trying to come before the board. Now, so basically, high grass is not about vacant house notices. It's about what Mr. Tanner said. It's about casual entry, et cetera. It's a serious thing. And they may have come back into this house, but nobody ever applied, or at least I don't see how they could have applied for a use and occupancy permit. If they had and had been rejected, they would have been before this board, which eventually, when they did get to it, they are. I know this is a really these are very nice young men, I'm sure. But it's a balancing act, too, between a neighborhood that's R6, which is a pretty undense neighborhood, and can there be a fraternity house here again?
With that, we'll have to end.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Seriously? Okay. Okay. 2015-175, 32 North Chester Street. You got to note that case is being postponed. Yes, I understand. All right. All right. Next, we're going to go to 2015-141, 1815 Clifton Avenue, Kenneth Atefia. Calling again, 2014-141, 1815 Clifton Avenue, Kenneth Atefia. 2015-164, 1501 McCullough Street, New Metropolitan Baptist Church, Inc., care of Richard Dickens.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Yes, I know. I did that intentionally. Afternoon. Mr. Dickens?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Dickens, we have this an application to install a new 36.6 square foot, single-face, directly illuminated, 17-foot high identification sign onto a church wall. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Gentlemen, if you can raise your hands and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And do we have staff reports?
Yes, first we have a letter from the Historic Marble Hill Community Association indicating that they are in support of this petition for the church to replace their black and white wooden sign that is currently on their building with a lighted electric sign. And then we have planning's report.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed the application for this sign at 1501 McCullough Street. Noted that there is a request included in it for an LED panel, light emitting diode panel, which is a type of directly illuminated sign which can be computer controlled remotely, which would allow for changes in copy. And therefore, in a sense, this is going to come under the same purview as LED billboard signs in terms of the constraints that the department is recommending. The department has no objection to this appeal, provided that the board requires that the approved sign meets and continues to meet these conditions. First, that the lower portion of the proposed sign is approved for installation as a light-emitting diode or LED screen, that this must be installed in a single step, and that the LED sign adheres to the operational limits or other conditions that may be imposed by the board. Second, that the performance of the LED sign conform to all the requirements of Section 11205 and 11305 of the zoning code by having a minimum dwell or uninterrupted display of message or image time of 10 seconds, that it will not increase the area of the approved sign, that it will not increase the degree of illumination, and it will not have any flashing, blinking, fluctuating, or otherwise animated light. Third, that the LED screen will not have animations, movie clips, or sound elements. Fourth, that the LED sign will default to black entirely in the event of a failure of its remote control system or an interruption of announcement copy, whether that would be text, images, or both. And lastly, that the digital sign will have automatic brightness controls so that the sign will not constitute a hazard to passing motorists at night or during inclement weather. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Dickens, do you accept the conditions offered by the planning department?
I do.
Okay. And this is to replace an existing sign?
Yes.
And just replacing it because it's old, or was there some damage that it suffered?
Well, the existing sign, we have to get a ladder, go up, change it. This will be computerized, and I'm 61.
Understood. All right. Are there any questions?
No.
All right. Thank you both, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience, too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, 2015-170, 3116 Lock Raven Boulevard, Courtney Banks.
Hi.
Afternoon, Ms. Banks?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Banks, we have this as an application to construct a one-story side addition and to use the premises for an adult daycare center. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if you can raise your hand, I guess all the witnesses can raise their hand if you sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And do we have staff reports?
Thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application and is essentially supportive of this proposal, provided that the applicant provides safe drop-off and pickup for the children who would be, the adults who would be taken care of there. The department therefore recommends approval be conditioned upon the applicant providing an approvable plan for safe drop-off and pickup of persons to be cared for at the proposed adult daycare facility. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Banks, do you accept the conditions offered by the planning department?
Yes.
Okay, and why don't you tell us a bit about what you're proposing here?
Hello, everyone. I'm a registered nurse. I work at Johns Hopkins Hospital. I'm in graduate school to become a family nurse practitioner. My family will be assisting me. This is my dad and this is my stepmother. Adult medical daycare centers provide socialization for elderly. It also gives care providers a break and time to take care of things that they need to take care of. It will be supervised with nursing staff, medical staff, and other staff members. So we plan to do this 7 days a week, approximately 6 a.m. to about 9 p.m. on a weekly basis.
Okay, and you previously had been approved to use the premises for a 25-child daycare center?
Yes.
And it looks like the proposed one-story addition is going to be into what had been the fenced-in yard. It looks like there's a lot of play equipment that's there, so I guess it's used to be the play area for the daycare center?
Yes.
All right. This isn't going to be for around-the-clock care? It's just going to be sort of like drop-in care during the day?
Yes.
All right. And how many guests do you figure on a daily basis?
No more than 30.
No more than 30?
30.
Okay. All right. Do we have a floor plan, David?
Will you, while we're looking for that, are you discontinuing the daycare, so the child daycare function?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't have a specific floor plan other than the site plan that they showed with the areas.
Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Oh, Antonio Banks.
Okay.
My daughter, Courtney Banks. We provided elevation. It should be.
Yes, we have that.
Should be.
Floor plan would show the rooms, the
floor plan-
layouts, that kind of thing.
Well, we talked to our engineer, architect, and basically they said, first thing we wanted to come in and see whether or not were y'all even considering approving it before we go taking on the expense to take on this project.
Well, the reason Chairman Washington asked, it's a little easier for us to evaluate it if we have a floor plan.
I assume this is one big open space?
Yes. One story.
Is it going to be subdivided into individual rooms, or is it all just?
You have to go according to coding. It's a lot of different coding. I have all the coding printed.
It's going to be it's going to be one level addition. It's going to be attached to the existing building, the existing building do have 2 floors where our offices are gonna be, our offices and storage and so on and so forth, but it wouldn't be accessible to any
Well,
clients.
in the addition, are you gonna have partitions in the addition?
No,
Open.
it's wide,
Just
open,
complete
open
open.
floor plan.
Yes.
Open floor plan, completely, one level, one open floor.
And
plan.
how many staff members do you envision having?
5.
Okay. And it looks like there is some ability to offer some parking on the premises. It looks like there's maybe already a parking pad in the back?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how many cars can you fit? If you park the cars side by side, not, bumper to bumper, if you have them lined up side by side?
It'll be 3. It's 5
3.
parking spaces, 3 staff parking, and we have enough space to put 2 15-passenger vans.
Okay. And when you're...
And also have enough space for where the ramp's gonna be, where they're handicap
see.
accessible.
I see. So it looks like there are 2 parking spaces that are perpendicular to the property line. And, yeah, I guess, looking at the drawing, there's that little shed that's in the back?
Doesn't exist.
Okay.
Completely gone.
Okay, so that's gone.
That's gone.
So you're just gonna have then the 5 spaces there side by side?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do you happen to know if there's any requirement from the health department in terms of the minimum number of square feet per adult?
Yes. I actually have it. I want to say for the first 5 individuals is 100 square feet, and everyone thereafter is an additional 60 square feet.
So if I just do the math quickly on the proposed addition of 40 by 30, almost 32,
Okay.
that is, somebody correct my math, about 1,200 square feet. If I divide that by 30 individuals, that's 40 square feet per person.
Yeah.
So just based on that simple math, I don't think we could approve 30 people.
So, based on those figures, no, they won't be housed, it's just activities.
Well, is that the only place where they'll be?
Yeah.
Or are there other parts of the building that will be designated for the daycare?
Because they said the existing building was all storage and offices.
No, the
Upstairs.
upper level. Upper level.
So you will have you will have patients on the first floor in the existing building?
Existing.
Okay. I missed that.
Okay. So you've handed me a document with some highlighting on it. What is this?
Okay, I
from?
was just telling you, just showing him the square feet.
Well,
he
but
asked me.
just a minute.
Okay.
You've given me this document. What
Okay.
is it from?
The coding, adult, is the COMAR regulations for adult
Okay,
medical
all right.
daycare.
So this is, these are the regulatory standards
Okay.
for operation of an adult daycare center.
Yes.
correct? Okay, all right. And presumably these are enforced by some agency of the state?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the square footage requirements that you were just discussing with Mr. Barb, those relate to the regulatory requirements for the, for whichever state agency is going to be regulating it, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is there some provision, you can
Thank
put this
you.
back.
Thank you.
Is there some provision where that licensing or regulatory body will come out and they'll approve you and they're going to tell you how many people you're approved for?
Yes, they come out and regulate twice. It's it's two assessments. They come out 2 different times.
So no matter what you ask for here, you're gonna be
It doesn't
limited
matter.
by what the health
Yeah.
department
Yeah.
approves.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They're gonna make the final decision on
Okay.
what we can and can't do.
My rough math gets you 15 or 16 or 17, something in that range.
Yeah, but that's for the state.
For the state,
That's
yep.
what the state.
All right, anything further? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Let's skip down to 2015-182, 629 Wythe Street, Jaron McCray.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
My name is Pauline Sippin. I'm an architectural intern. I'm representing Darren McCray today.
Okay, can you spell that name for us, please?
Pauline, Pauline, Sippin, Sipin.
Did you get that, Mr. Reporter? All right. All right, Ms. Sippin, we have this as an application to construct a two-story rear addition with second-floor rear deck and rooftop deck accessed from stair penthouse onto a single-family attached dwelling. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you can raise your hand and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, do we have staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Sippin, would you tell us a bit about what's being proposed here?
Okay, so we're doing a gut rehab with a two-floor addition in the rear. The addition is going to house a new kitchen on the first floor and a bedroom on the second floor. There will also be 3.5 new bathrooms. The addition is 14 foot 5 inches by 12 feet. And we are also proposing a deck on the second floor and a rooftop deck which will be accessed from a penthouse on the roof.
Okay, that's- Yeah. All right, and looks like the proposed addition is going back, it doesn't really say.
14'9".
Well, that's out to the post. Looks like there's a wall that's, or is that? No, I guess that is the wall. Yeah, okay. So just under 15 feet. And once you have that, existing depth is 37. So 17. All right. Any other questions?
Nope.
All right, anything further? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. 2015-185, 4501 Walther Avenue, Luis and Sylvia Nieto.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Afternoon.
Luis Nieto.
Okay, Mr. Nieto, we have this as an application to construct a 6-foot-high solid fence into a portion of the front yard of a single-family semi-detached dwelling. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, if you can raise your hand and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, do we have staff reports?
Yes, we have a letter from a resident. They write, I am a former land planner for Anne Arundel County government and a former Baltimore City Housing Inspector. My professional background is cited here because of my knowledge of the municipal zoning codes. I am not in favor of a fence this high in a front yard. The zoning code was written with a purpose. Fence height restrictions are included. This fence will not meet the original residential height restrictions for the zoning of our neighborhood. One was erected illegally around the corner, and the neighborhood has expressed their concern to all the board members about the legality of the fence in the front yard. Obviously, the intent of the Baltimore City Code was to restrict the height of a 6-foot-high fence in the front yard, or the owners will not have filed an appeal. This proposed fence height would be an eyesore and would negatively affect the visual neighborhood feel on a rather prominent boulevard in Baltimore City. In fact, one in which our governor resided. I am concerned that the issuance of this type of permit would encourage other households to request a similar fence. It is out of character for our 1920s neighborhood. Does planning have a report?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Nieto, why are you seeking to build a 6-foot-high fence in your front yard?
Well, actually, it's not in the whole yard, it's only
See, I understand it's a portion of the front
in a
yard.
portion, yeah. We do have a secret garden there where we like to hang out. It's the only place in the property that we have trees. We have a band there, and one day we find people there that they are hanging out there. There was a young couple there, and my concern also is because the trash every day we have to clean the secret garden because it's made by bushes, and in the front the secret garden is like it's a path, public path, and people just walk and throw trash there. And they not do in the front of the house because it's not nothing to block the view. And this is one of the concern, and the other concern is the security of my family and the security of the people or the neighbor who walking down, walking in front of the path. The other concern is the dog. The people when walk with the dog, they just do the business there. It's not because it's a
Obviously, the fence doesn't need to be 6 feet high because of the dog, right?
Yeah. Right, but this is one of the concern. The security is one of the main concern of.
Okay, and you mentioned that there's a path. Looking at this aerial photograph, it looks like there's some kind of, it's a little bit shaded here, but looks like between, this is your property and this is your neighbor's property, I guess?
Yeah, he's a corner
And then there's
property.
some kind of, what looks to be paved or some kind of walkway there. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the public sidewalk.
Well, there's sidewalk.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
the secret garden is in front of the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
And right there between my neighbor and the secret garden is a corner that some people can hide right there. Actually, my neighbor told me once that he saw somebody there. I don't know what they're doing there. Before we used to have, the house used to have a 2.5 fence, an old one, and that fence doesn't keep people out from the property. So we removed that old fence because it was old. And this is one of the things that anybody can hide right there. And
Well, I see your neighbors have, looks to be about maybe a 3-foot-high fence
Yeah, 2.5.
that goes along, including in the front.
Yeah.
But you don't think that would be sufficient for your purposes?
Because we would like to have privacy right there in that area.
Okay.
Before we have 2.5 fence, old one, the one I talked to you about before, and even with that, my neighbor saw somebody there. So if we put a fence like that, the one that they have, it won't, anyone can pass and hide over there in the secret garden.
All right. Any questions? Thank you. All right. 2015-186, 801 through 03 South Decker Avenue, RBS Enterprises LLC, care of Howard Staley. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You're Mr. Staley?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Staley, we have this as an application to install a double-faced, indirectly illuminated 48-inch by 32-inch or 10.8 square foot identification sign projecting 6 feet from the front wall of a tavern. Is that correct?
The pole holding the sign would project 6 feet. The sign would be smaller than the pole. Just clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. If you can raise your hand and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Do we have staff reports?
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed the application, noted that this property is located in a residential district in the Canton area. There is not, to the department's knowledge, currently a projecting pole in this area, and projecting signs are not permitted for non-conforming uses in residential districts. Therefore, the department recommends disapproval of this, the portion of this appeal relating to the projecting sign. The department has no objection to wall-mounted signs that would comply with zoning code requirements for non-conforming business uses in a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Okay, Mr. Staley, do you understand that part that Mr. French was just speaking on?
Yes, and that's why I'm here, because it is, the property is a non-conforming use, as it is residential, I'm well aware. It's been a tavern since 1934. I acquired it recently, made some significant improvements. I'm also aware that there's probably 100 other locations just like mine in the immediate Canton community that are residential, that have similar signs that are there. Now, they've been there for a while, some of them are in disrepair. So what I'm asking for is similar consideration for all the other businesses that operate in this area, residential area, that have signage. I have been working with the renovation of the property. I've invested a lot of money, and I've been working with and have been certified by the Maryland Historical Trust and CHAPS in terms of all the renovations I've made in terms of window, doors, other treatments, and that although they have not specifically spoken to this, I've not brought this to their attention, I would do so after receiving at least an approval from a zoning standpoint, so that it was done in a tasteful and respectful way with the community.
And the issue, I guess, really comes down to the projecting aspect of the sign, such that it's permitted to have identification signs affixed to the building, but what is not permitted in the zoning district are projecting signs. Now, you brought up other establishments in the area. Where establishments have had these kinds of signs historically, so such that they are just simply continuing what's always been non-conforming.
Right.
They're allowed to continue and maintain those signs. But where those signs don't otherwise exist, the board can't create them. So the portion of your request seeking the ability to have a sign that projects away from the wall wouldn't be approvable by the board simply because it's not allowed in the code. But a sign affixed to the building would be acceptable and would be approvable. I think you'd probably do that as of right.
So I understand that, and that's why I was asking permission for the exception. There are existing signs, I understand they're continuing to use it, that have been improved upon, repaired, electrified, and so on, that are a terrible eyesore in the immediate area. Some of them are almost they're a certain type of food that uses bright colors, neon types colors, illuminating, flashing. And I guess I'm trying to reconcile how someone who has, because they have an existing fixture to their property that is now gives them some right to actually create more of a disturbance in the community because of the improvements they make to that sign by electrifying it and really in the same residential neighborhood, where mine is a very modest sign. It's not backlit, it's very directly lit, and would be a modern design and construction, which would probably be superior to what is all around me, including the appearance and maintenance. That the sign was going to be, is proposed to be out of weather tolerant materials. I understand it. I'm just saying that there's 100 others that are an eyesore and are very bright and some in disrepair.
And I can understand where that would be, sort of create a bit of a conundrum. I can try to explain it as best as I can, which is that, so if someone has a non-conforming sign, they're allowed to continue that, and they're allowed to make certain modifications to it. So if it's already built and it's non-conforming and they want to change it from being a certain kind of sign, let's say it already had like fluorescent lighting over the top, and they want to change the kind of lighting that's on the side, they're allowed to do that. And I hear your point that many of the signs, at least to your eye, would be are visually offensive.
Right.
The board unfortunately can't go through and engage in similar critiques, but the only tools that we have at our disposal are, or the only task that we're given in the code in this situation is that we can approve things or we can not approve things, and there are certain things that we can approve and there are other things that we can't. And those things that we can't approve aren't approvable because the board doesn't have the power to. And unfortunately, your request falls into the latter. Now, I think that your saving grace would be that although you wouldn't be able to erect a sign that projects away from your building, you would be able to have a sign which is affixed to your building. And Mr. French, would he be able to have it on, since he's a corner, would he be able to have a sign on?
Based on the zoning code, section 11-509, which is the section we reviewed, the area of the sign can be 1 times in lineal feet, turned into square feet, the length of the building facing the front lot line, 30 square feet, or the total area of signs that now lawfully exist. We did not actually go visit this property to determine how many signs lawfully exist on the property at the present time. But basically, that's the process that an inspector would do with the applicant in terms of determining what he's allowed as far as signage. It is a corner property, so yes, in theory, he could have a sign on each of the facing walls, street-facing walls.
So, if I may ask a question. So, I understood that it was a privilege that I could put the sign on the building. I kind of understood that before I came here.
Sure.
Okay, there was one on the building that I tore down, which was in disrepair. Is that something that needs to be permitted to have it attached to my building as well?
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
does.
you're going to have to get a sign permit no matter what sign you put up. Even if you're replacing an existing sign with a new sign, you're going to get a permit.
And as well as any illumination that I would like to do, that'd be part of the sign permit then?
You would describe that in the application for the permit.
Okay. Save me thousands of dollars. Maybe I should thank the board. Thank you. Take care.
You're welcome. Good luck. Yes. Maybe we work back up. So, lucky winner would would be 2015-178, 1615 Chilton Street, Derek Shaw. Okay, you're Mr. Shaw?
Yes.
Correct? All right. And Mr. Shaw, we have this application to continue to house 2 dwelling units as a multiple family attached dwelling. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If all those giving testimony can raise their hands and be sworn, please.
I swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Yes, affirm.
Okay. And sir, your name for the record?
Derek Shaw.
And,
Samuel Smiley.
okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Do we have staff reports?
Yes, we have a letter, I believe, from Holstein, Wednesday, Montebello. They write that we had a difficult enough time getting the previous negative element out of that property. We are just starting to see small signs of progress on that block, and this type of use is not consistent with the community's development objectives. How is it increasing density is beneficial, a sustainable path for a residential neighborhood? Please stop. And we have planning's report.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property being in the R6 district is in an area where conversion of a single-family dwelling to multiple family is not allowed to be authorized by the board. The property is last listed as a single-family attached dwelling, according to the record we had available to us. And therefore, given those 2 facts, the department recommends disapproval of the appeal unless the applicant demonstrates that non-conforming multiple-family dwelling use of this property exists and has not been discontinued or abandoned. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Shaw, I think the planning department has laid out the task for you, which really comes down to whether or not the property has been continuously used for multiple family use.
Yes, sir. I bought the property 12 years ago from my grandfather. He owned the property for 20 years. So prior to him buying the property and me buying it, it was already set up as such. I have BG&E bills from the current tenants that occupied the units. One work at Johns Hopkins and the other work at Morgan State University, which anchors the property line. So they are pillars of the community. They have done an excellent job in maintaining the property. My grandfather maintains the grass and the trash and things of that nature. I'm very familiar with the neighbors on both sides of me, so if anything goes wrong with the property, they generally reach out to me personally and give me the opportunity to address it. I haven't had any problems at the property. There's no notes in zoning, any outstanding violations or anything of such. Only thing I was trying to do is upgrade the electric, and this brought me down here to zoning because I needed to get a housing inspector out there. But the condition of the property's been like that for over 30 years, in excess of 30 years. It was unbeknownst to me that it was not zoned properly until the inspector came out. So I just brought proof of the utilities bills from both of the tenants that occupy the unit. It's separate meters, the gas and electric, for both floors.
Okay. And you said your grandfather owned the property before you owned it?
Yes. And he sold it to me when I graduated college, so it was my first investment property.
Okay. And sir, when did you purchase the property?
20 years ago. I had
Okay.
it for 20 years.
All right. And what was the use as of that point?
Mother and daughter lived in that property. One is deceased and one moved to
Over at the
stadium
Memorial
place
Stadium.
now. So that's what happened in that apartment. When he got to college, I gave it to him and paid Solomon. Let him have his house for first investment property. That's how he ended up getting it from me. But it was there when I got there. I
Okay,
never
so
had a problem.
it was a mother and daughter who were living
That's
there?
what I rented to. I brought it as a building. That's what we leased it at the time. It was
Okay.
rented for me.
Okay. And were they living in separate units?
Yeah,
or they-
two units set up. Door, you go in, you go up the steps to one bedroom, and downstairs one bedroom. You go inside and this door, you go up.
Did it have separate meters at that point?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
Bought
sir.
it?
And that's the only, I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have 2 separate BG&E bills.
No, I'm saying when
Yeah.
he bought it.
Yeah.
Yes, I never converted.
All right.
And what happened right now, I understand his concerns. We talked to him,
about what's going on in the neighborhood. I was there 30. I seen the neighborhood change and what he's going through, but it's alleys and weeds. My property, I take care of the property, so the property is not a problem. Density, it ain't but 1 or 2 people. So it's not gonna be follow the numbers. The question is not being zoned. That's why we're here.
Right.
Not zoned right to do what you wanna do, but all these other things about the neighborhood and all this stuff is non-existent, not to me. Because in the area, weeds, grass, with people, drugs, but you know, it ain't me. But it's there, it's there.
All right. And there's been no issue with the, well, since you've owned the property, sir, the property's been continuously occupied?
Yes.
All right. And, sir, when you owned the property, was the property continuously occupied?
Yes, the mother and the daughter lived there the whole time.
They lived there the entire
The mother
time?
lived upstairs, and it was 2 apartments, but they didn't live as soon as there.
And then when Stadium Place, they tore down Memorial Stadium, they moved over there.
And the
Right, because they was still leasing from me, and that's when I had to get new tenants.
Okay. Mr. Tan, did you have something you would like to say to illuminate the proceedings?
Well, as much as the city's records, I asked Mr. Henry to research the entire block to find out if there were other multiple family structures in that block, just to get an idea. And he found that the records show only single-family dwellings, except for 1613, which in 1963 shows 2 dwellings, and then 1615, this property, which had no record, other than conflicting information that showed it as a single family under the land use code with 2 dwelling units. And so, however, there has been a vacant building notice issued in March of 2015. So I'm sorry, but that's all we could find.
The vacant building is coming up.
He didn't mention a vacant building notice, did he? He said a notice, probably for the electric. There's no vacant building.
Basement, first floor apartment being used as a bedroom. Cellar space being used as a habitable space, discontinued use. Basement and front room, kitchen and non-habitable public spaces being used for sleeping.
Right, and that was cured.
And then inadequate ventilation for a basement. So apparently the basement was occupied and wasn't authorized for that, doesn't it? And I apologize, it's not a vacant building.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
No, that's it. I just had my BG&E bills.
Okay, hold on to this.
Yeah, so you all have laid out the conundrum for us. Oh, my name's Mark Washington, Executive Director of Coldstream Homestead Montebello. And therein, to quote Shakespeare, lies the rub. We've been trying for quite some time to get these non-conforming uses that do not add any real benefit to our community corrected and taken care of. It is unfortunate that we have not been successful in that. What we have witnessed are individuals who are investors from outside of the neighborhood purporting to tell us what is in the best interest of our neighborhood. We are simply saying quite clearly what is already stated in the zoning code, that it has never been authorized for this type of use. And given the chance now to correct that, we should in fact correct that. Now, I understand the need for investors to make a profit off of their investments, but we are trying to change a block that has been problematic for us for quite some time. We had it designated as a Healthy Neighborhoods target block, and what that means is that there is special attention given to that block and trying to correct past transgressions, one of which would be the fact that individuals do want to come into our community and subdivide these properties, circumventing the real needed process. It is only that when they get, shall we say, caught, for a lack of a better word, then they say, oh, well, but we've been doing this for years. So it isn't a point of whether or not they've been doing it for years. It's a point that they've been violating zoning for years. And we now have an opportunity to correct that. And I ask you all to take the appropriate steps on behalf of the community to correct that. Thank you.
One question, Mr. Washington. The testimony from the applicant and his witness is that the property has been used as two dwellings going back over 30 years. And the testimony was that when the property was purchased, it was purchased in the condition it is in now, that is, as two dwelling units, separate meters, separate everything. The code does recognize the ability of non-conforming uses that predate the code to continue. So the implication there raised by the applicant's evidence is that that the use that's being made of it is one that predates the code, and as such, because there hasn't been any discontinuance of that use, should be permitted to continue. Do you have any knowledge as to the use of this property, either as single family or multifamily?
We had no,
any conversion?
Right. We had no knowledge that it was a multifamily dwelling. When we are looking at the 1600 block of Chilton Street, there have been issues at 1601, 1609, 1613. The block has been problematic in large part because of a decision that said 4 non-related people can live in one unit. And we've been victimized in that block repeatedly. And so we're trying to correct that. Now, 30 years ago, you know, I can't speak to that. But what I can speak to is that under the current zoning code, you know, it does not comport with that use. And so what we're asking for is an opportunity to save our neighborhood. I mean, we can't, you know, honestly, I'm sure these are wonderful people, but we can't continue to let investors determine the course of our community. I mean, you know, give us a fighting chance to have a block where we bring in Healthy Neighborhoods money and have that applied to home ownership. I mean, I can't continue to try to sell a block to people for home ownership if I say, oh, well, there's an apartment there. Oh, there's 4 unrelated people living there. Oh, yeah, 1601, they had 12 people living there until we shut it down and boarded it up. You know, I mean, you guys are going to decide whatever you're going to decide. But at some point in time, there has to be some real credence given to the ability of a community to decide what is in its best interest and to stop having outside individuals use predatory practices, whether they're present-day predatory practices or predatory practices that happened 30 years ago, from impacting our neighborhood. Our council person had to leave as we have a 5 o'clock meeting dealing with another street in the community where there's 4 unrelated people living in a house that's wreaking havoc on Fenwick. I mean, you all are killing Coldstream Homestead Montebello. I mean, that's what's going on here. And I'm not saying anything negative about these gentlemen. This is our Healthy Neighborhoods coordinator. We have tried for 3 years, and we're still trying our very best to bring some order to that neighborhood. We've got renters that we've captured on video, the 1600 block going down to 1641, dumping their trash in the rear alley, you know? And at some point in time, all I'm saying is give us a fighting chance by enforcing whatever the zoning code is. That's all I'm saying.
Sir?
My name is Ronald Lindsay. I'm a community organizer for Healthy Neighborhoods. I wasn't aware that the unit was a multi-dwelling family, and I've worked in the area for almost 5 years now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Gentlemen, you got the final word?
Well, I was concerned as much as about the community. I've been there 30 years, see the community did what he did. I recognize the houses, so I'm there to make the community better. I'm not there to tear down anything. My property is excellent. Grass, green, everything there. So I'm going on with these gentlemen. I'll join the association, work with you, sir, but my properties, none of the properties you're concerned about, them numbers you gave, I know about those properties. I know they got watches on the property, all that stuff. My property's clean, sir. And I'm with you.
And this property had more affluent people in the community, people, a professor from Morgan, and someone that worked at Johns Hopkins University right across from Old Memorial Stadium.
And they still got long grass.
And they got
5,
long
6
term.
houses.
Yeah.
One at a time, gentlemen.
And they're just, long-term tenants.
All right.
Duration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. 2015-188, 3109 O'Donnell Street, Philip and Margaret Zemensky. Okay, you're Mr. Zemensky?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Zemensky, we have this as an application to store a boat with trailer in the rear yard of a single-family attached dwelling. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Gentlemen, if you both could raise your hands and be sworn, please.
You swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing and give the truth, the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property measures 14 feet wide, 75 feet deep. The rear yard, therefore, is only 14 feet wide. The zoning code has a provision in it, in its section 14-306, that requires that the boat and trailer, if there is a trailer under it, be kept at least 3 feet from the side lot lines. And therefore, basically, the department is providing it has no objection to this appeal if the applicant meets the conditions stated in the zoning code section 14-306. Thank you.
Okay. What was that statutory section you referenced, Mr. French? 14306. All right.
Boat and trailers, parking and storage, parking or storage.
Yeah.
The
And
requirement is specific, except only as specified in subsection B. If the equipment is parked or stored outside of a garage, it will be parked or stored to the rear of the front building line of the lot, which it would be in this case because this is an attached property to the rear yard, and located at least 3 feet from the side or rear lot lines. And we weren't concerned about the rear lot line, but we were concerned about the side lot line since it's only a 14-foot wide lot.
I was concerned about 3-foot rear lot line, as well as the 3-foot side lot lines. This, as Mr. French described, Mr. Zemensky, your lot is only 14 feet wide. It is approximately 75 feet long. From the aerial picture that we have, your rear yard is not very big. It's maybe 20 feet. So if you take away the 3 feet on either side, then your available space for locating this lot is only 8 feet. And it has to be 3 feet from the back, so 8 feet by, call it 17 feet, is the amount of space that you would have to store this boat in. Is your boat a canoe?
No.
Okay. So I'm curious as to how you're able to locate this boat within the restrictions laid out in the zoning code. I would also add that your property abuts only a 10-foot alley, two 10-foot alleys, actually. So I don't even know how you would navigate, to bring a nautical term in, the alleyway to even be able to get a boat into your property. But I'm all ears as to how you'd be able to do this.
Yeah, but you're allowed to park a car or a truck in your yard, but why can't you
Well,
park a boat in your yard?
Well, we have rules about boats.
yes.
That's the code.
The city council, the mayor and city council have felt obliged to provide for restrictions regarding locating boats and trailers in one's rear yard. They don't believe they've seen fit to similarly restrict parking of vehicles, although I think that there are some restrictions that apply to those. But so what are the dimensions of your boat that you're looking
I have several boats, but I'm
Okay.
asking for a permit to park a boat in the yard,
Okay.
not one particular boat.
Okay.
So,
Well, the difficulty, as I said, is that the available space, as I can tell, and these are obviously just estimations, I don't have a ruler or anything, but I don't know how deep the house is. But from looking at the aerial photo we have of the house, it covers a significant portion of your lot. I'd say it takes up, if the tax map shows and all of the properties on that block being 75 feet long, if your house takes up 50, 55 feet, then that's only going to leave you 20 to 25 feet on which to locate the boat, as far as the rear yard. But you have to take away from that 3 feet, because you have to be 3 feet away from the rear lot line. So that now becomes 17 to 22 feet that you have of length to locate the boat. And you have to take away 3 feet on either side. So now you've only got a space that at most is 8 feet by 17 or 22 feet. And I wasn't being flip when I asked if your boat was a canoe, because the only kind of boat that I know that's that narrow would be a canoe or a kayak, I guess. Do you think that you would be able to locate your boat within those parameters, 8 feet by 17 or 22 feet?
it's about a small boat, yes.
Do you in fact have a boat that small?
Not right now.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'd say that the board really can't generate advisory opinions. We can only evaluate actual things that are actually being proposed. But I would say that, as pointed out by Mr. French, the zoning code does have a provision relating to locating boats on property. And 14306, required findings and conditions, it says for parking or storage of boats, boat trailers, travel trailers, recreational vehicles, or similar camping equipment, the board must find and require as conditions of approval that at no time will the equipment be used for living or housekeeping purposes. So you can't live on the boat as opposed to in your house. The equipment will not have fixed connections to electricity, water, gas, or sanitary sewer facilities, again, so that you're not living in the boat. Except as specified in subsection B, if the equipment is parked or stored outside of a garage, so it would be a little bit different if you had a garage that you'd be parking the boat inside of, but it'd have to be an awfully big garage. If the equipment is parked or stored outside of a garage, it will be parked or stored to the rear of the front building line in the backyard of the lot and located at least 3 feet from side or rear lot lines. Equipment will be kept in good repair and carry a current year's license and registration. And the parking or storage is not of an unoccupied mobile home, being a movable or portable dwelling constructed to be towed on its own chassis and connected to utilities and designed without a permanent foundation for year-round living, which is specifically prohibited. So those would be the kinds of things that you would have to comply with if you actually had a boat that you were looking to locate in the property. But as I understand, what you said is that you do not currently have a boat which would fit within the space limitations that that you would have to abide by.
Right.
That's correct. Okay. All right. Sir, your name?
Andrew Lisinski.
Okay. And Mr. Lisinski, was there anything you would like to add?
I'd like to show you pictures of the boat, knowing that I actually looked into this myself because I do own a boat as well, and for storage purposes. Don't know how he got in the alley. A lot of lost sleep on my part and my neighbors as it was being jerry-rigged in there at 4 o'clock in the morning among working on many of his other broken down things, which is why I'm here today, is because I believe if we grant this approval for the boat, it's going to start a lot more nonsense than there is existing with several open 301 cases for this neighbor, and the trash that is all over the street at times in the alleys, abandoned cars, broken down cars left on the streets, multiple spots being marked off and blocked off by cones for abandoned and broken down vehicles that are not registered.
Well,
or
here
not
we're,
completed.
today we're only
Let's focus
here
on the
for the boat.
Okay, well, you can have the pictures of the boat. That's that one right there. There's some more pictures of the trash inside the boat. And here's a picture of the boat just taken today, which shows you it's clearly protruding the fence line of the rear of the property, and I would be gladly here to give you a little bit of a brighter view. My phone's losing battery, so I didn't expect this to be very long, but there it is right there. Boat's been there for about 6 or 8 months. I've called several times about it. It's in complete disrepair, disarray. The boat has no floor. The boat has barely any transom, which if you're familiar with nautical terms, the transom is the rear of the boat, which is what holds the motor in place, which is an integral part of the structure of the boat, as well as the stringers are rotted away and the floor is pretty much caving in.
The other, among those conditions that I had read, that would have to be complied with under the code is that the boat would have to be in good repair. I think that you can leave your photos, unless you wanted those as part of the record.
I mean, I have these saved. If you guys would like these as well, I can
Sure, we can
also,
take them.
I mean,
Sure, we'll take them.
sorry, they're not in color, but as you can see.
That's
there's-
fine. So in order to be able to be approved, the boat would have to be in good repair and would have to carry a current year's license and registration. From the photographs that Mr. Lisinski has produced. That's okay. I just didn't want to butcher your last name, that's
Okay,
all.
it's Polish.
But from the photographs that Mr. Lisinski has provided, I'm not sure that that would be considered in good repair. But the more important thing is that it doesn't fit within the space limitations required in the code. Would you agree with that there isn't 3 feet of clearance on either side or 3
Yes.
feet back from the rear lot line? Okay. All right, I think that's all. Thank you, gentlemen.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm not saying one judgment way or the other. How long does the boat, how long do we have before the boat gets removed? If it's turned down.
Still an enforcement issue with the inspector. They have to enforce it. So whatever it takes. Inspectors who.
Yeah, just so you understand, we don't do enforcement.
I'm aware.
We're a land use.
I think they have an outstanding violation notice.
I mean, I got a number of them right here, as you can see. I have a nice little book, just unpublished right now. Independent publishing. And he doesn't even live at the house, doesn't make a difference either. It's owned by his mother, he don't care about that.
Obviously, we hear what you're saying, but you need to work with the inspection people too.
I've already been up to Councilman Kraft's office. Do you guys want any of these other papers or no?
I don't think we need it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to adjourn for about 3 minutes. Yes, recess.
I'll be back. Hope Cassie will wait. Oh, okay.
Hmm?
So this bird is probably a 9-foot width. So it would, wouldn't fit.
Yes. And he agreed that it would not.
Yeah, right. Just did repeat it.
On the record, not in your readers, on the record, that I'm reading this stuff.
Well,
There's nothing bad about it.
it really doesn't matter.
2 blocks.
Whether
Well, I
they're
know that,
working
I understand that, but
The issue is whether or not the non-conforming status is in place. I understand. No, I don't. They literally went through it, and then they
afternoon. You're Mr. Collins?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Collins, we have this as an application to use the first floor portion known as 2890 Hillen Road as a beauty shop within a mixed-use, multiple-family attached corner dwelling. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do we have staff reports?
Yes, first we have a letter from Mark Washington, Executive Director of Coastal Homestead Montebello. He writes, 1849 East 29th Street is a vacant building and not currently being used as a beauty shop. In fact, we show no recent use of these premises as a beauty shop or anything else. Further, we have seen no plans for the proposed beauty shop nor specifics regarding the impact of increased pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Now we have a letter from Ms. Pat Clark. She writes, I am against any permit for a beauty salon at this location. This property is a nuisance property. You may remember helping with different problems involving this property in the past. There has not been a legal documented business at this location since 2006. This was not a family business and is one of the many problems in the 28 and 2900 blocks of Hillen Road. I was told that I could send you this message to be used at the hearing. If there's anything else you need to be addressed, please let me know. And, and we have planning's report.
That was a letter to Mary Pat Clark from a neighbor, identified as Mr. Bill. So it wasn't her specific recommendation. This is just a letter that she forwarded to us from a neighbor.
Okay.
Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this is a non-conforming use in the R6 district that is proposed. There are some records which indicate the use may have been abandoned in 2006. The question therefore turns upon whether there is in fact a continuing non-conforming use of the property. The department therefore recommends disapproval of this appeal unless the applicant demonstrates to the board that non-conforming use of the premises has not been discontinued or abandoned. Should the applicant provide evidence of continuing non-conforming use, the department would have no objection to the application. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Collins, we were just remembering that you were here before. It's back in May. And at that time, the community association or members of the community were here saying that the beauty salon use had been discontinued. I think that you had some photographs. I'm remembering you had some photographs, I think, on your phone.
Yes.
Of the premises, and I think you were going to try to get some additional testimony or documentation together as far as the history of the use. Because as I'm recalling it now, the beauty salon had been operated for a long period of time by your mother, grandmother?
Yes.
And then she fell ill and no longer was able to operate the beauty shop. And that had been a number of years, at least a couple of years, since she had fallen ill. And that your daughters were now looking to come back and reopen the beauty salon.
Yes.
Let's have that rundown, basically, right? Thanks. All right. Before we get into, oh, this is actually quite opportune. Mr. All right. Mr. Washington, you're here on this case as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. If all those intending to give testimony can raise their hands and be sworn, please.
You swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Collins, what have you been able to put together since the last time you were here?
Well, the shop has been operating, I mean, since, I showed you the file that they showed, since 1965. And when my mother fell ill, what we did is we found a appointment book that she used. So, and it was further than what I said. It went all the way up into 2013. And it was like in the mid of 2013. I folded back the page so we could make it easy for you to read. And these are the what they were doing with what the person would get in that appointment. So that date showed just even further than what I thought it may have been.
Okay, so.
And there, as you can see, there has never been a complaint. My mother's shop, when it was open, it was almost like the townhouse when people came for different, having different problems. My mom's was like that all-around person, so I don't understand how they could have a negative about this beauty shop. Has been there since it was there before she admitted it, because she had taken it from one of her friends, and that was in 1962. And never had a problem, so I don't know why we have a problem now, even from the community association.
Okay. And just for the record, we got a black and white composition book that you've handed up, and contains what appear to be appointments for hairstyling from late December, I guess actually early December 2012 up to the last entry is March 15th, 2013. And Mr. Washington, I can hand you those.
Oh, no, I take it for it.
Okay.
We never disputed that. We were saying that we knew the shop was closed for over 2 years. So that just supports what we were saying.
And trying to remember, when was this case filed, David?
May.
Well, the last time we were here, I know was May, but when it was filed.
The application on March 24th, 2013.
All right. And sir, would you like to keep that, or we can make copies of it and send it back to you, whichever. Okay. We can make it a part of the record in your case. All right. Was there anything else you were able to put together?
No, it's just that we had gotten some more signatures that was, support, that they was in support of opening their beauty shop up. And in that area, that's the only beauty shop in, I think it's like 8-block perimeter. And her regular customers there were, anxious for it to reopen it. And I just don't know what the problem is about it being there, because, it's always been there, no problem. And I think it may have been a plus for the community, not a negative.
All right. And the last date in the notebook, I think, is March the 15th of 2013. Was there anything further you wanted to say?
No, at this point.
All right, Mr. Washington.
Yeah, I think the issue for us has evolved somewhat. And it has changed simply based on whether or not we are able to bargain in good faith. And the reason why I say that is when we left here, there was no permission given to start work at all at that property on 29th Street, yet here sent to Mary Pat Clark's office is a email from a resident saying that work had in fact started at that property. We checked that work out. Mary Pat herself went to there, to the location to see that work in fact was being done. We had to have housing issue a stop work order because no permission was given. And so while past performance isn't indicative of future results, it certainly is a good indicator. And what we see here is just a simple disregard, not only for zoning, but for the community itself. And that raises serious questions for me as the executive director of the community corporation. And I think it should, at least raise a red flag for you all. I mean, because, once again, this is a situation where whatever you all decide, we're going to have to live with. And so right now, I am taking a strong second look. Mary Pat's office will send an additional email from Michael Braverman's office where the adjoining property owner had reached out to me that gas fumes were coming into his house from the operation of the generator. And I just don't, what went from a feeling of, doesn't really matter, okay? Now I have a feeling of I don't want to say grave concern, but very strong concern that we just weren't being dealt with honestly. So
Are you in opposition?
we didn't support or oppose. We wanted to, in fact, hear more about the situation. There is a beauty salon right there on Harford Road in the 2900 block of Harford Road, but the question of one's character is very important when you're entering into a business relationship with them. And essentially, that's what we as a community would be doing. We would be entering into a business relationship with this individual, and our community is a community where we're pretty much open and inviting as long as we believe that we're being dealt with fairly and honestly. And I just don't know, given what happened after we met here, the simple rush to say, you know what, even though I'm not authorized to do this, I'm going to do it anyway. Damn the community, pardon my French. But, it does raise serious concerns for us.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Collins?
Mr. Washington?
Yes.
I don't
No
know,
relation, by the way.
I don't know where he's getting this information from, but I own the whole building, and there was no work done in the beauty shop or on the beauty shop. And there was no stipulation that it couldn't repair or fix anything in there. So I never had a work order to not. I do home improvement and been doing it for the last 40 years. And the things that was done didn't require permit. It was me repairing holes in the walls where kids had written on the wall, and I didn't want to paint over it or whatever, and I was repairing that. Had nothing to do with the beauty shop. So the information that Mr. Washington got about me not complying to certain rules that had to do with maintenance or anything, that's not true, and it's not so. And I did do work in the beauty shop ceiling where they had water damage from the first floor apartment, but not per se in the beauty shop, because the beauty shop did not need any work done on it because it was functional as it was. So I don't know where Mr. Washington getting his information from.
Let me ask you a question. The space where this beauty shop is located, is this commercial space? This is not residential type space.
No,
This
sir.
is commercial
Oh,
space.
this is not, this is, let me show you again. and Mr. Mack called, talking about, Mr. Johnson, and when they came, they said that, there was no films, being dispersed in this area at all, so. Waiting for my phone.
Okay. While we wait for you to do that, Mr. Washington.
Yeah, Mr. Collins said he didn't know where we got the information from. It came from our councilperson's office, who in fact went out to the scene. The building sits adjacent to a residential unit on 29th Street. And so, as I said before, and I'll reiterate again, we had no decision one way or another. We had not made up our mind. We just simply wanted to hear. But any work that is going to be done on a commercial property has to be done, at least to my understanding, and you all are the experts, correct me if I'm wrong, there has to be some permit given to do that work. And, you know, it wasn't even whether or not the work was permitted was the issue. According to what we have from our council representative, and I have no reason to doubt her, there was a generator being used that was emitting fumes. So, you know, I will take our council person, you know, at her word.
Is your phone up?
Yes, you can go to that, thanks. Yeah, to that. I own the building, the apartments above that, and as you can see, there's 3 commercial units on the side of that, 2890, 2888, and 2886. And as you can see, these are completely commercial. This is not living outside of, doing something outside of someone's home. These are separate establishments by themselves and separate and distinct from it. And Mr. Watson, answer to your question is according to what's being done. If it's something major to be done, some things do require a permit. But minor things that are being done, that a household can be done, does not require a permit.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right, thanks.
Thank you for your time.
All right, see you later.
All right, same to you.
All right. Last but not least. Appeal number 2015-174, 1719 Park Avenue. Douglas and Alexis Mogul.
Alexis had to go home, but I have one of my neighbors 2 houses down, Marjorie, who is clearly I'm Douglas Mogul at 1719 Park Avenue. This is Marjorie, and I'd like it entered into the record that she is truly a saint, staying here in Split.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mogul, we have this as an application to construct a 1-story detached shed in the rear yard. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can all those intending to give testimony raise their hands and be sworn, please?
You swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have staff reports?
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed the application, noted that this property is located in the Bolton Hill Historic District. Therefore, any exterior improvement to the property requires a notice to proceed issued by the Commission for Historic and Architectural Preservation. The department therefore recommends that approval of this appeal, if granted, be subject to the condition that the accessory structure or shed be constructed and maintained in accordance with plans and specifications approved in a notice to proceed from the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mogul, are those conditions offered by the planning department, are they acceptable to you?
That it just meets CHAP approval?
Yeah, I believe
That's, and there was a,
Well, it might also mean.
just.
so, my understanding.
Just a moment. Mr. French, if you can review the conditions again.
That the shed is to be built and maintained in accordance with the conditions stated in a notice to proceed, which is a formal document issued by the Commission for Historic and Architectural Preservation. It would actually be prepared by one of the staff members of CHAP.
Yeah, so, and I will, so I think that's okay. Just to read it specifically, construct this is a notice to proceed. Construct 173 square foot, one-story accessory structure, 10 feet by 3.5 inches tall. Structure will be built with, clad with Ipe wood siding and a black membrane roof with modular green living roof. Install nano-wall doors and white vinyl, actually, even they approved that, clerestory windows. Retroactive approval of construction of a 6 foot 8 inch tall wood fence and gate. All work to be completed as per plans in CHAP files with the caveat that only wood cladding will be visible from Brevard Street. And yes, I do agree with that.
Okay. All right. Why don't you tell us what you are proposing here?
Sure. So thank you, obviously, for everyone staying late. Before I describe the project, I just want to share that my wife and I moved to Bolton Hill when we moved to Baltimore 6 years ago. Since that time, we've been actively invested in our community. My wife as a member of the Mount Royal Improvement Association and as a board member of a cooperative pool. And I'm a pediatrician at Johns Hopkins with a practice that takes care mainly of Baltimore City children. We've also invested in our home. We've done very large-scale kitchen renovations, master bathroom renovations. We've done, and we're just putting the finishing touches on historic restoration of our front windows and front door. Each of those projects was done by the book with permission from the ARC, from CHAP, and permitting when necessary. Unfortunately, my wife and I did not have an accurate understanding of what by the book meant in this case, and so we did begin construction of this project. Specifically, our architect told us that this was less than 200 square feet, it was non-habitable, it was minimally visible. We really didn't think that permits were necessary. He was wrong. I apologize for any inconvenience. I take full responsibility for not obtaining a second opinion or doing independent research on that question prior to starting.
What's the purpose of this shed?
It's predominantly for storage, and I actually have a couple of aspects here. This I didn't really include with the ARC because at the time I really didn't think it would make much of a difference. But this shows that the benches are used for storage. Also, my 8-year-old twins learned to ride their bike in the last 6 months, but my son has already had his bike stolen. I don't know who steals a small bike. So it will always be used at a minimum for storage. And, you know, there'll be some sitting as well, but, you know, clearly 24/7, 365 days out of the year, there will be materials that will be stored in there, including, in particular, my children's bike and all the other accoutrements of 8-year-old twins. I want to just describe the context of the project a little bit. When my wife and I bought this house, there was a very large tree, about 4 stories tall, that was posing a constant trip hazard. We tried to repair it, but the bricks would keep popping up. The tree kept destroying the raised brick flower beds as well. So we, 2 years ago, elected to just really start with a clean slate, just kind of get rid of this tree, get rid of this, you know, brick that was all broken up, and we'd had loose gravel laid there for the last 2 years. Ultimately, when we realized, when we started construction, and the permitting and the housing inspector was called, we obviously stopped work immediately. We met with the ARC the following week. They enthusiastically endorsed it. There are 2 people, by the way, on the ARC that live on our block. Greg Baranowski and Steve Jenkins are both board members of the local ARC. They had no concerns. Nobody had, that's not true. One person had concern. I'm told he doesn't like any changes at all if it wasn't there when Bolton Hill was originally built. Otherwise, everybody else endorsed it. Part of the reason, and I apologize for not having 6 copies of things, but part of the reason that they endorsed it was because there are already existing 3 garages on the block, as well as 1 2-story carriage house. There are also 3 modern fences, one of which is Marjorie's, one of which is mine, and another one that's a few houses down. So they approved this. Like I said, I went to them a week after the housing inspector came by. It was subsequently approved by CHAP as well. I also, in the interim, we've obviously spoken with all our neighbors, obviously some are here today. There are 9 houses that use this back alley. I have gotten signatures supporting it from 5 of them. The 6th one, Scott Jenkins, we were not able to connect. He's the one on the ARC that also is on record as having supported, but he's had medical issues and has not, was not able to sign it. Marjorie is here as well. So those are 6 houses. The remaining 3 include the 2 people on both sides, and as well as a 3rd person who didn't want to get in the middle because he's very good friends with Sarah, and we certainly respect that. Unfortunately, when I went to go get the permit, I was told that I would not be able to, specifically in the current location. I've had many discussions with the supervisor, Jeffrey Veal, and he said that I would have no trouble getting permission from the office, and he would have signed it immediately if the project was just 10 feet into the parking pad. As he knows, and I'm sure you know, and I've come to learn, that the first 25 feet of the property edge, these types of structures are exempted. However, my parking pad ends at about foot 19. The structure is about 15 feet long, so it goes basically from foot 20 to foot 35 in round numbers. If I move this project, according to Mr. Veal, 10 feet in the direction of the parking pad, he would approve it. I wouldn't be here today. That having been said, we obviously don't want to give up our parking pad, but we can do that if that is, if that's the final verdict.
Well, I think maybe what he was talking about was construction of a garage.
Well, so my understanding is, he was very helpful. He did print out zoning codes for me, and I'm sure this font looks familiar. Number 27, he said, and he knows it's not a garage. Number 27 says that other things are exempted, including sheds. And I printed out here from Wikipedia. I don't want to be patronizing. But sheds are defined as things that are used for storage, and that's what I will be using it for. So he said that he and his assistant, Yosef, said they would have signed it immediately. They would have signed it immediately. My wife and I are therefore here to get permission that we be able to move the structure, which unfortunately we've already started, from the middle of our yard, and that will be permitted 10 feet in one direction to the other. The last few points I would like to make are about, actually I have 1 or 2 of them. One, I know our neighbors were concerned that the site plan that the current site plan that was submitted to you guys and is available electronically really wasn't accurate. He did the best he could with Google Maps, but he did go back over last week and take new measurements. I do have 6 copies of this that basically, per our neighbor's concern, are a more, revised. Again, they're done, the lots and the neighbors where he doesn't have access to, he used Google Earth, but that's that. The last point I want to say, though, is with respect to our neighbors in 1721, I want to submit photos that show that that although the height of it does extend above the current partition wall, currently there is a 2-foot iron grill that has entwined vines, and at the same time our neighbor's property contains several trees in the middle of their yard that extend as high as 4 feet above the brick partition wall. Therefore, their trees extend above our proposed roof line, and we do not feel it interferes with the right to lighter air. At the same time, I want to say, again, for the record, as been said to them before, we are happy to clad the side of the wall that faces their property in any reasonable material. In fact, even an unreasonable material. So in conclusion, my wife and I asked that as our neighbors voice their concerns be specific to whether or not the structure should or should not be allowed in the middle of the yard, as it has already been approved on aesthetic grounds by the ARC and CHAP, and while at the same time, Mr. Veal says it will be approved on zoning grounds if just moved 10 feet in the direction of the parking pad. Again, we believe this type of investment in our neighborhood and our block benefits not only us, but our neighbors, and we do not believe that this project interferes with their home or quality of life. That's all.
Yeah.
That's it for now.
I'm here as one of a number of neighbors who are in favor of and support the proposal from Doug and Alexis and have no objections.
You can use the microphone, man.
I'm sorry. I'm here in support of the application presented to you today by Doug and Alexis, as are a number of other neighbors. We're in support of their proposal and have no objection.
Okay. Anything further this time?
Not at this time, thank you.
Sir?
Well, I don't really know where
If
to
you can
start,
state your
so I'm
name,
just-
you
it's-
can
my
start
name
with
is
your name.
Sam Lloyd. I am the neighbor to the immediate north at 1721. I have to tell you, the longer this process plays out, the more informed we become. Because the truth of the matter is, until a couple of weeks ago, when I went down to the zoning office, that's the first time I ever laid eyes on any plans in regards to this thing. All I would do from my backyard is see this structure go up, 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 up. No communications from my neighbor about what it was, what it purports
All right.
to do.
Whatever may or may not have been communicated between you and your neighbor, that aspect of it really, that's water under the bridge from
Yeah.
the board's perspective.
Okay, let me just
As the board reviews this, we have in front of us a application, a request for construction of this structure. So the communication or lack thereof isn't an aspect for us to
Okay,
delve
I
into.
can focus on the law then, okay?
Please do.
Okay, all right. Now, first of all, let me tell you that this is a structure that proceeded without any permits, not in accordance with the city's building requirements at all. And it wasn't until the city issued a stop work order that things began to happen relative to the plans being forthcoming and communications began to take place. So we're here today before you to ask you to give us an exception to the zoning law in order for this project to proceed. And I just want to read I have a statement I want to give you that will reflect all the details regarding our position in opposition to this. But there is one relevant, particularly relevant point of all of them that I really want to make to you, because it says in effect that to issue an exception to the zoning law, that it's to correct a possible injustice. That is to say, people acting in good faith did something to improve themselves and improve the community, and without knowledge of what was required to construct such a structure. If that is the requirement for getting an exception to the zoning law, this is not the case. Because everything I know about this case suggests that these were people who were going to proceed with this construction regardless of what the requirements of the city of Baltimore had laid out. And therefore, I don't really think that this is a case where an exception to the zoning law should inure to them, in our humble opinion.
Okay, good. If I may, what if they built a garage? Would you be, which I believe they're entitled to do as of right, and which would be a much larger structure?
My guess is we wouldn't even be here if they were going to build a garage.
Well, we wouldn't be here because they can build it as of right.
Well, I'm saying we
So
wouldn't be here.
obviously
It's not a garage. I mean,
But, well, no, what I'm saying is, I'm stepping back from what's being proposed. You've said that well, I'm going to imagine that the shed that's being proposed here is somehow offensive or disagreeable to you.
Yes, so that's
Um,
detailed in this
and
letter.
So what I'm saying is, what if they built something that was even larger, took up more space, and they use it for a garage, and they don't only have to just make it so that you can fit a car in there, they can go to the width of the lot and they can make it a little bit deeper, and so maybe they can even have some storage in there. The shed that's in here is of fairly modest dimensions anyway. What if they built something like that? Would you prefer that they do that?
Well, the truth of the matter is that I didn't research what's the requirements for building a garage, because of all the representations about this structure, I never heard on the streets in my community that this was a garage. I heard that it was 5 or 6 different things, but I never heard that it was a garage.
But I'm just saying, what if they built something that was even, let's say that they built a garage. Let's say that you win, and so they don't build the shed. So instead, what gets built is a garage, an even larger structure that they'd be able to build as a garage.
I don't even agree. I can't wrap my arms around your hypothetical, because I don't know how large. I have some pictures here. Have you seen the picture?
Yes,
I don't know how a garage necessarily would be larger than this structure. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know if I can.
Understand the dimensions, and I think that you have I think I provided you with this. It's in front of you.
Yeah, this is new.
The proposed shed is 172 square feet. The parking pad, the in existence parking pad, so let's just say that the hypothetical garage covered that entire parking pad. That's 383 square feet.
Okay, but
Sorry to interrupt again, but under section 3-304, the code allows, under any circumstances, regardless of the bulk regulations, an accessory garage for one vehicle, as long as it's not more than 240 square feet. So the code also says for any accessory structure, and that's what this would be, or is, you can, it's permitted to go into the rear yard as long as it doesn't cover more than 50% of the required rear yard. And that's where this 25-foot question, issue comes into play. The required rear yard is 25 feet parallel to the rear property line. So theoretically, you could cover, in this case, you only have a 19-foot wide lot, so you could cover 9.5 feet by 25 feet of your required rear yard with an accessory structure. So that's where, if he pushes it forward into the required rear yard, he would be allowed to do it. That's where that's coming from, with the zoning administrator. But because he's set back more than the 25-foot, but he's set back, 6 feet of this structure is in the required rear yard, but he went further back so he could keep his parking pad, basically. And that's the portion that is more than 6 feet, so the 10-foot base, portion of this shed is in the buildable space as long as it complies with lot coverage. And in order to comply with lot coverage, he's seeking a variance of whatever the percentage works out to, 7%.
Well, I have to say that the dimensions that in the plan that I saw, he's issuing a new plan with new dimensions. I represent in my position paper that I don't believe that the original plan that he filed with you complied, that it wouldn't meet those requirements. But this is a new plan that he's just submitted today, and I haven't had a chance to,
Well, you
to,
see
uh,
it proposed- Nope. It said at the beginning that we weren't going to be going back and forth and back and forth. That's understandable. So you do have it in front of you now.
Yeah.
I hear you saying that you haven't received it before today, and I'll take you at your word then. That's not saying that there's any attempt to cover up anything. It's just how things worked out.
well,
Whatever.
he
But
acknowledged that he
as-
just, yeah, he
but
acknowledged.
As it is, this is what is being proposed and what this board has in front of it today. So is this something that is objectionable then to you?
Well, I mean, I have about 10 or 12 points in this communications that I gave to you that I have issues with about this project. So, you know, the fact that maybe now this plan complies with the zoning law, that's good news, but it doesn't necessarily address all the other things that I have issues about regarding this structure.
All right, ma'am?
Well, I'm Sarah Renee, and I'm at 1717 Park Avenue on the other side of the Dougals. And I concur with everything that Mr. Lloyd has said, because we did not know a thing about this until after it was started. The pictures you see are from my porch, and it's very offensive looking to me. When I moved to Bolton Hill 51 years ago, I took down a shed, and we all tried to beautify the neighborhood. We do need garages, I'm not saying we don't, because of the parking in all neighborhoods now. But I think we all want something more beautiful. And this is not beautiful. It's very offensive. As far as a shed, it doesn't look like storage to me. I don't care what it's used for. It still is objectionable looking. And I'm sorry to have to say that. My neighbors, Marjorie, Miss Forrester, is my neighbor on the other side. We're all good neighbors. It's just that it's not right. Now here's what I think is right. This is what I look at, and I've fought for and built that in 51 years living there, and half of the time by myself.
Well, unfortunately, we don't rule on aesthetics.
I understand that very well.
Would you like this to be made a part of the record? Or would you
It
like
can be,
back?
yes.
Okay. Was that all, ma'am?
Yes, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Sir?
I concur with what Mr. Lloyd has to say. We're both on the same page with this.
There was some reference to heavily invested. We're all heavily invested. This whole neighborhood is, all of us make substantial investments. I know this lady over here to my right has made substantial, I certainly have made substantial investments in our home. The whole idea is to make it as attractive as we can and comfortable as we can as longtime residents of the city of Baltimore, born and raised in my case. She lived in the house she lives in for 51 years or 52 years. So we're all vested in our community. We're all making serious investments in our homes. We want to feel good about our community. We want the things that come into the community to be attractive, and that we all might be proud of. And I can't stand here in front of you and say I feel that way right now. So it's not an issue of who's vested and who isn't. We're all heavily invested in the city of Baltimore and in Bolton Hill.
Sir?
Thank you. So, I mean, I'll just obviously start with, and I'll actually use Mr. Lloyd's letter at times point number one, he says is that we disrespected the permitting process. I think, in this case, the best example of, first of all, I apologize, but the best example of that is that we've done multiple projects that have multiple permits. And, there are certain aspects of this which, were felt to fall into a gray category. Again, I apologize for not being more persistent. Whether or not I have, a carte blanche disrespect for the permitting process is not supported by the multiple permits that I've gotten for multiple projects. Number two, he says the construction is hardly attractive, and it's made entirely from cinder block. So a couple points. First of all, cinder block is the existing partition wall material between both our properties, to the north and to the south. That having been said, as you guys have already said, you're not here to rule on aesthetics. The aesthetics have been vetted by the local ARC and by Baltimore City CHAP. And furthermore, there are multiple modern structures. They do not look like that photograph. There are multiple fences in the back of our alley that have caused a lot of, anger amongst a lot of people, to be quite frank. But ultimately, as Marjorie has kindly put it, we have to agree to disagree on aesthetics. And that's all I have to say about aesthetics. Perhaps the reason the plans were never shared with us is because at least 3 pages of the plans represent that the existing garden wall and wisteria vine, quote, blocks the neighbor's view of the shed. Nothing could be further from the truth in the real world that we live in. We can see it from several vantage points, and the roof is not even on the structure. The roof is nearly on the structure, and if you'd like to send people out, if the housing person wants to come out and see how tall their trees are relative to our roof, that having been said, we plan to have a living roof, which is significantly more attractive than the loose gravel that we've had for the last 2 years. I think we would all agree on that, including Mr. Lloyd. So I think from a beauty standpoint, it'll be very nice, personally. But we're not here to talk about that. The point number 4 is a misrepresentation of the dimensions. While there is an overall site plan, which my architect did the very last second when I found I had to get this, and I wanted to get the permit filed so I could get to Mr. Henry's office to get it on June 16th, the formal page 1 that goes through every single measurement has not changed. That has been online. The only thing that's changed is how 173 square feet or 2 square feet are blocked. There's no real fundamental change in the actual dimensions. My architect is not some hack that just, is changing things. Page 1 of the plans that have been online for several weeks has not changed. Point number 5, I'm not really sure what to say. And point number 6, the space between the newly constructed cinder wall was running parallel to our yard and the existing brick wall that used to separate our respective properties have the potential, in our view, to create a public nuisance. Humans, rain, snow, rats, and other creatures, and wind-blown debris all have the potential to create ongoing mess and chronic problems with potential for a lot of contention and cost. I'm not sure about humans getting in there, but I just want to say on what's marked as page 5, as far as snow and ice, which are certainly very legitimate concerns on Mr. Lloyd's part, I believe it's page 5. You can see that the roof line overlays and goes into the aforementioned grill work, making it very unlikely that snow or ice would get in there. And then you can see, I think, just to give it, oh yes, on page 2, you can see that my architect has designed a sloping roof that goes down to the corner where the trumpet vine is. So I think, although I think that's a fair concern, I don't actually think it would bear out in science. In conclusion, I just want to reiterate, again, thank you for your time. I want to reiterate my apologies for not getting the permit to begin with, but I do not believe, and I think there's strong evidence to support that this is not due to blanket contempt for the permitting process. It was due to bad advice. I apologize. Ultimately, as a homeowner, I take full responsibility for following bad advice and for, not, talking, even, some guys have come down here to try to get advice from you, which you haven't given, or going to Mr. Beal ahead of time, etc. But in any event, I do apologize for that. I think that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? Please.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. There's been several references to the inspector who isn't here and who is not testified. Essentially, he's testified for the inspector, indicating that he's approved all these things, and the inspector's not here.
Mr. Beal. But he's talking the code. They know the code too.
I'm saying that you've represented that the inspector essentially was here testifying, and he wasn't even here.
Thank you for your time. We understand the case. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right. now last but not least, I think so. Appeal number 2015-187, 3411 Hudson Street. Marty Farmer.
Evening, gentlemen, ma'am. I'm going to be super brief. I'm starving.
All right. Mr. Farmer, we have this as an application to construct a second floor overhanging rear addition with roof deck and a rooftop deck onto a single-family attached dwelling. Is that correct?
Yes. It's my understanding I don't need a zoning appeal for a rooftop deck, just certified letters and engineering plans.
Oh, we'll
but we
get
put it
into
on
that.
the same thing.
We'll get into that.
Sure.
If all those who are intending to give testimony, raise their hands to be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you folks went out earlier to try to see if you could get something worked out. Were those discussions productive?
No, sir.
No? Okay. Do we have staff reports?
Planning department has no comment on this application.
Basically, I am a residential real estate developer. 7 years we've developed and renovated 30-plus houses in Baltimore City. We've never been to a zoning hearing. It's my first time.
Welcome.
Thank you. Normally, we're able to get these things worked out. We've gotten a signature from the neighbor on the right-hand side at 3409. We've contacted on several occasions the neighbors at 13 to no avail. We've asked them a couple occasions they would sign our letter for the addition, and we were met with expletives and other things that I won't bring up now. Basically, we're trying to do as a 10-foot addition off the back of the house. The neighbor at 09 has a 14-foot addition, which you can see. We're only gonna count 10 feet on the second floor, nothing on the first floor except for footers and 4x4s.
I know my neighbors are.
So, I'm not quite sure what effect we would have. When I went outside to speak with the neighbors, their concern was a blockage of sunlight because they use their yard with their children and what have you. I'm not sure what a 10-foot addition is going to do with the sunlight, considering that I'm not coming out as far as the other neighbor, and I'm not coming out on the first floor, just the second floor.
Okay, and you are, so your Hudson Street is looks like an east-west street?
Yes.
And it looks like you are on the south portion of of Hudson Street. That is, the front of the house looks to the north.
Right. It's right across the street from the middle school, Canton Middle School, I went to as a kid.
So the sun moving from east to west by way of south, the addition wouldn't cross in the sun's path until later in the evening, when it was all the way over to the west. But
That's all
it's
I have.
just
I
a
mean, I'm just trying to
comment.
renovate the house to be able to compete with other development that's going on. In order to do that, I need to get an extra bathroom and 2 bedrooms upstairs. My goal is to change the floor plan from a 2-bedroom, 1-bath to a 2-bedroom, 2-bath upstairs. To do that, I need 10 extra feet. So that's what I'm proposing I do. I've got my plans all drawn up with NW2 engineers, and everything is set to go pending approval of the rear addition.
Okay. All right, anything further?
No, sir, I'm starving.
Okay.
Hello, sir. My name is Tony Tomlinson. I live at 3413 Hudson Street. With me is my mother, Lucille Tomlinson, who lives at 3415 Hudson Street. I purchased the house next door to my mom. I don't know what neighbor has given him expletives or who he has spoken to, and I wish they would have been here to help if they were opposing this. It does affect my yard. I have currently 3 children, another one on the way. We use my yard constantly, mostly year-round. The sunlight, when the setting or not setting, in the summers, we put up a pool, my mother and I, and there's really never a time for a lot of shade until it's evening time. So I don't, I'm also a planter. I have plants in my back window, in my yard. I do a lot of seasons and stuff. We're building something right now to start to try to do radishes and corns. I do use my yard, and for him to come out, it will, for one, definitely affect my back window, where my sink is. And it will affect, when I put a pool in the yard, the kids will splash, and there's already balls that go around. My children are 13, 11, and 5 years old right now.
What's your address again, ma'am?
3413, I'm right next door. I understand that an investor obviously wants to invest in his property to turn around and make a profit. But for some reason, he purchased a house in Canton that actually has kids in it. And Canton is not known for kids. So you, or Mr. Marty, adding an addition onto the backyard plus a deck, plus another deck, will eventually affect my children and the way that I use my yard. I did have pictures, but my phone died. His current renovations of the home already, the front is, of course, what is that, cobblestone, cornerstone? He took it down and put brick, formstone. He took it down to do brick. He had to do the scaffolding, which went on my property. The foam that went around is now stained all on my property. He has multiple bricks in front of my house. The neighbor that possibly used the explicitives is the one who constantly calls on his renovation already. We've had, from what she had told me, she had inspectors come out twice already due to him pouring concrete down the front of the house and into the gutters, and then also just bricks, just so much. So at this point, if you allow him to add these additions onto the house and then the roof deck, this is going to affect my property and my family, which is not an investment. I purchased my home in 2000. I've paid on my home. My home's not an investment. And I'm sorry if he's trying to turn a profit around.
It's a long-term investment, but it's investment.
It's a home. It's never going away. It's going to be given to one of the multiple children that we have, and so will my mother's. We already have discussed that. So it might be an investment eventually to my children, but to me, I'm not going anywhere. My 11-year-old is autistic. We currently use Kennedy Krieger services. I work at a community bank, CFG Community Bank in the neighborhood. So I'm still in the neighborhood. And I don't plan on going anywhere. I will retire from that bank, or I work for a subsidiary, which is Capital Funding LLC, which is for the bank. And currently I am in construction loans. So I won't be going anywhere. I am assuming whoever he wants to sell to, if you put that addition and then I have my children in the backyard splashing around, balls flying, even if they're little plastic balls, it's just going to cause me in the long run more problems than not. And then also the addition to the house next door to him, 3409, can we say that he signed, because he rents out that property, so it does not matter to him if his neighbor adds it on. Is that correct? He rents out the property at 3409?
Well,
Your
I
one
think
signature?
whether or not
Well, it wouldn't
they do
affect
or
him, it
don't.
would affect me, that's why I'm here today, hungry as well.
Let me just state a procedural matter. I'm a lawyer and I represent CFG Community Bank. I provide legal services for the bank. I don't believe that poses a conflict of interest, but I just wanted to let all of you,
I noticed
learned
your
this.
name as soon as we walked in.
I don't think that poses a conflict
I
of
don't
interest,
think
but
so
if you have an
neither.
objection, I can recuse myself.
I don't know him personally.
No, I don't.
Okay, I just wanted to.
I'm just trying to find out what the problem is with my addition, why it's such a big deal. There could be nice people moving in with kids. I mean, I grew up in that neighborhood. I have several friends who live 2 blocks away who have children. I mean, there's kids there. The expletives came from your mom. She talks like a sailor.
She has the right, she's 60-some years old.
Well, I
She
hear
earned
you,
it.
but I don't deserve to get cussed at all the time. But
Well,
it's either here or
you
there.
don't speak properly neither. Even out there, you didn't speak properly.
Okay. I'm just concerned, I just want to know what their major concern is. If it's, I mean, I have photographs of the front. It's clean. There's not been any, we don't pour concrete down.
Well, we're
the
not
sewer.
really here for
Yeah, I could.
Pat, we're here for a land use issue, which is the addition, and I understand your concerns and your responses, but that's really not what we're all about here.
Sure.
That addition will affect me and my family and my property.
Okay. Is there anything further?
No, that's it, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And we're adjourned.
No, we're not, I'm afraid. The gentleman.
We're done with you guys. so
I'm
you
not
can
done.
get-
I have a say.
No, we are done with your case.
Okay, thank you. As long as you
Mine
have
was
her
a
name.
constructional
Thank
thing, the way it's planned, for it to come out. Is nothing underneath, and how's it gonna hold the second floor with a deck?
That's
and
an
a deck?
issue for the building inspector. That's a building code issue. That's not something that we enforce. But as I said, we are, as to this case, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
He
good day.
was moving the
Take care, folks.
1815 Clifton Avenue.
Uh-huh.
He was moving his car when we called the case, and now he's, he came back and he's still here.
Jeff, I've got 10 minutes.
I think we could, if he agrees.
This is a quick one. 2015-141, 1815 Clifton Avenue. Kenneth Affetia. All right, Mr. Affetia, this is an application. I did.
I wasn't on the record, that's why I asked to call again.
We hearing the case 2015-141, 1815 Clifton Avenue, Kenneth Affetia. Mr. Affetia, the application we have in front of us is to use the first floor front as church offices. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you can raise your hand and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, do we have any staff reports?
First, yes, we have a letter from the Fulton Heights Community Association indicating that they would be opposed to the location of this church.
That was prior.
That
to
was
this
prior.
Amendment.
That's old. And planning had a report.
I believe we could.
Just, Mr. French, is there anything?
Well, again, for the record, the original application was for a church. We noted that the amount of lot area variance was beyond the board's discretion to grant. The department would not have an objection to an approval of offices as a
Okay.
continuation of a non-conforming use.
I was going to say, this matter was continued from May the 19th, 2015. I think at that time, Mr. Affetti, we discussed altering your proposal to make your request for church offices, which would be a permitted use within your zoning district.
Permitted non-conforming.
Informing, yes. But you'd be able to take advantage of the prior nonconformance. And I think we already, that's right, we had a pretty lengthy discussion on the record previously as to it. And you've discussed your plans and intentions with Mr. Tanner in preparation for today?
Mr. Henry.
Mr. Henry, rather.
Yes,
That's right, because you were on vacation. Okay. And as I recall, your congregation is only less than 10 people? And you'd be using the offices for meeting purposes and other church-related business. Okay, and there's no, just a moment. Is there a parking requirement at all?
No.
All right.
For offices, it's one for every 400 over 2,000 square feet. So it doesn't have that. It doesn't meet that threshold.
All right. Find it right now. So it's only in front of us for the use. Okay. Was there anything you'd like to add?
Well, the community supported the overwhelming since last time we met. In fact, they wanted to come, but most of them worked. And they actually went back to Mr. Bailey, the gentleman that sent the letter.
Mm-hmm.
They told him they did not send him to write to the letter, that he was not speaking on their behalf. They want that church there because of the success we've had to diminish the drug trafficking
I
and
recall.
all this prostitution that was going on there.
Okay. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. All right, and now we're off the record. All right. All right. Any ones that we would like to discuss? I had one question here, David, on the McCullough Street, 2015-164. From the data sheet, I had a question as to whether or not it was within our authority.
I think because they're replacing an existing sign which was already non-compliant,
Yes.
I think we're okay with that. The big question was about the digital
Yes.
aspect of it and.
Which they agreed to the
Yeah.
conditions that you're on.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right, University Parkway.
I'm a yes.
On that one, I'm a yes as well. I think that I think that reading the two portions of the code together, the permit had been pulled. They should be entitled to the benefit of the protections of that portion of the code relating to destruction or loss by reason of fire. So.
Yeah, that's my rationale too.
Which part? Okay. Eastern Avenue, was there anything as to that we want to discuss? Yeah.
Wait.
115, 108. All right, 178, 1615 Chilton Street.
I'm okay with that because city records reflect it. They were inconsistent, but
Consistent,
they
yeah.
did say 2 DUs.
Yes, yeah. Right, 185, the fence in the front yard.
I'm a no.
Yeah. Even because you see the adjoining property and it's got that 3-foot fence, I mean,
He could go up to 42 inches.
Right, by right.
By right.
Yeah.
He could have 6 foot in the side and rear by right.
Yeah. Okay, were there any others? Beauty shop.
112?
I guess there's that one, and then there's,
I was okay with the beauty shop. I mean, I think there was credible evidence that there was some operation there through very close in time to filing to the 2-year period. And it's commercial space. I mean,
Right.
you know, for the benefit of the community, you're gonna have a vacant space if they don't allow some
Right.
commercial use there.
kind of the saving grace I saw.
Yes,
What?
I was leaning towards yes, but it wasn't.
This is gold, dude.
No. And this is sort of the quintessential problem with variance requests with row houses. Yes, I just don't see how it qualifies. I think what it's going to result in is a bigger, more,
Yeah.
less pleasing structure. But, and then the last one we just had, Hudson Street. It's the same problem. I think it's not a wise decision by the opposition, but it's another variance request, so the burden is on the applicant to show at least to make a showing under the code, and that wasn't even attempted, but I think even if it were attempted, it wouldn't be successful with that.
Wait, which one? Hudson. So you're a
Hudson
no
Street.
on that one?
I'm a no.
Yes, but I think I'm not being consistent, I understand that.
So long as you're able to.
Yeah, I
All
wasn't
right.
sure what
I had
the
it
issue
on the
was on
consent
that.
docket, you
I know
know,
you
look
did.
at me.
I really gotta go.
Go, yeah, now, okay.
Real soon.
All right, let's,
I'm a
start
yes
at
for,
the top.
I'm a yes for the guy to park the boat.
Don't even. All right, 2014-4, 17, 18 Thames Street. I am a, yes with the conditions stated by the planning department.
Yes.
Yes.
2014-592, 5101 Endard Avenue, was postponed. 2015-13, 200 East, University Parkway, I'm a yes.
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 2015-108, 801 through 09 Eastern Avenue, I'm a yes.
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 2015-112, 1849 East 29th Street, I'm a yes.
Yes.
2015-141, 1815 Clifton Avenue, I'm a yes.
Yes.
2015-143, 1325 Western Avenue was postponed. 2015-145, 411 East Tapsco Avenue was postponed. 2015-163, 24 East Madison Street was postponed. 2015-164, 1501 McCullough Street, I'm a yes. With the conditions stated by the planning department, left that one out. 2015-170, 3116 Loch Raven Road, I'm a yes. And you guys had conditions with that one too, Mark?
Basically, they have safe drop-off.
Okay.
And my condition is to a number approvable by the health department, because I don't wanna go
Yeah.
out on a limb
That's right.
being.
Okay, that makes sense to me. 2015-174, 1719 Park Avenue, I'm a no.
No.
2015-175, 32 North Chester Street, was postponed. 2015-177, 18 East Henrietta Street was by consent. 2015-178, 1615 Chilton Street, I'm a yes.
Yes.
2015-180, 25 South Broadway, was postponed. 2015-181, 6800 Hartford Road, was by consent. 2015-182, 629 Wyeth Street, I'm a yes.
Yes.
2015-183, 4900 Windsor Mill Road, was by consent. 2015-184, 1359 Hall Street, was by consent. 2015-185, 4501 Walther Avenue, I'm a no. 2015-186, 801 through 03 South Decker Avenue, I'm a no. 2015-187, 3411 Hudson Street, I'm a no.
Yes.
I'm not sure. If it helps, I'm not sure that it matters.
Okay, then I'm out.
2015-188, 3109 O'Donnell Street. No.
No.
2015-189, see it. 2015-189, 1300, 206 Bank Street, was by consent, with conditions stated by the planning department. 2015-190, 4801 Erdman Avenue, it was by consent. David, I'm gonna go back. With planning conditions.
Yeah, we
Okay,
have
okay,
that.
okay. I'm gonna go back to, 2015-112,